be the captain of the Silicon Valley Strikers, Unmuk Chund. You can meet him at the Toyota booth in about 5 to 10 minutes to get an autograph and take some great pictures. Once again, now is your chance to meet the captain of the Silicon Valley Strikers, Unmuk Chund. If you can meet him at the Toyota booth to get an autograph and take some great pictures.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
A new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Championship returns this summer, live on Willow TV.
This is the league you want to watch. This is where you want to be. Church Street Park, North Carolina for today's Atlantic Conference Final. It is, of course, the Atlanta Fire up against the New Jersey Stallions in a rematch from the group stages. The Stallions, of course, winners of that Eastern Division. And, well, the Atlanta Fire won the Southern Division to be here today, battling, of course, for a place in tomorrow's final. My good friend Nate Hayes, as he so often is, alongside me. Nate, now these are two Eastern teams. Based on what we saw earlier today, where the team batting first got 155, and with that pressure, were able to defend it, the Seattle Thunderbolts. What do you think that means now with the night game and the dew coming into play as well?
Well, you definitely want to be the second batting team in the evenings here under the lights. The dew kind of neutralizes the spinners a little bit, but you know, we've seen, you and I in the last 3 weeks have seen so many good games at the in the evening slot here under the lights. It's anybody's game, really.
Well, of course, we saw the Morrisville Magic earlier today where the Thunderbolts were able to pick up that win in the final over. It truly was special, and if that is a signal of what's to come, we are in for a great night of cricket. Earlier, the two captains, the two international teammates, Jasdeep Singh and Aaron Jones, were in the middle for the toss. Here's how it went. The scene is set at the beautiful Church Street Park for this Atlantic Conference matchup. It's win or go home. A look at who's joining me here at the toss. The all-important toss, of course, Jasdeep Singh from the New Jersey Stallions. We've got umpire Tariq, Aaron Jones from the Atlanta Fire, and of course, Mayor TJ Cawley joins us at the toss. Who's got the coin? Aaron Jones has got it. Coin goes up. Tails is the call. And it's tails. Jasdeep, you've won the toss. If you could come this way. You've opted to bowl. You've opted to bowl Jesse Singh. Tell us why.
I think looking at the wicket, I think we can try to restrict them on a lowest total, and also I feel like at night it gets a little bit easier to chase the game because the ball, I think, due a bit of help. I'm not sure if we're gonna get a bit of duo, but I think at night it does help a bit easier to bat on.
Jasdeep, first of all, you're a good international teammate, Aaron Jones, but you faced this team previously in this tournament. You guys won. What sort of advantage do you think it gives you coming into this encounter?
I mean, I think it's still a new, fresh game. When we played, some of the guys were missing, so we all know these guys. This is a quality team. They made it all the way up as well. Just so I think it's a fresh game for us. I wouldn't really take it as we have advantage over it. Just a fresh game. We're gonna try to do our best.
Any changes for your team?
Just Sachin is out. We have John is in.
Perfect. Thank you very much. We'll wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Aaron Jones, the captain from the Atlanta Fire. Aaron, you lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done?
I think I would have bowled first as well, similar to Jesse, bringing the Jew factor into play in the second half of the game. But we lost the toss and we have to bat first, and there's a really good wicket to bat, so I'm backing my team to score a good total on the wicket.
You and Stephen Taylor have come back into this team. Raheem Cornwall's gone to the CPL. What do you think the international experience will do for the guys and sort of the overall game today?
Definitely it's good to be back as it relates to me and Stephen coming back for international duty. We lost Cornwall obviously to CPL, but with the experience me and Stephen have, and obviously Hamilton in the back end, we definitely backing ourselves to have a good game today.
Any changes for your team?
No, same team as last game.
There you have it, Aaron Jones. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Well, from the toss, the New Jersey Stallions at a very familiar ground for them where they were runners-up in 2021. They've won the toss and they'll be bowling first. Well, there you have it. A very important toss won by Jesse Singh. And it means the Atlanta Fire will take first knock. They know the power that they possess with their international stars. Aaron Jones, Stephen Taylor, Jamar Hamilton, who's played for the West Indies, and of course, Nasser Hussain in from Bangladesh.
And the New Jersey Stallions have an awful lot of experience on this ground. Jasdeep Singh leads the team. Stephen Wigg, Manoj Acharya are both phenomenal with the ball. They've both been leaders on this team. Saimu Kamala, great batter. Ray Rimrotten, leg spin bowler. He's played for USA U19 in the past. Then you have Paul Palmer and Jonathan Carter in the team right now. So they have a lot of options with the ball.
A big addition after just one game in the group stages. Jonathan Carter coming back into the team for the Stallions, replacing Nino Henry. So a huge addition with his all-round experience, the former international player for the West Indies, of course, as we just get about ready to start. There's Carter, center of screen, along with Jasdeep Singh, and his experience will be pivotal on today's matchup. Well, Nate, of course, it's a new game, so it means new conditions and a new surface. What do we have to offer at Church Street Park? Here in the center, looking at conditions out in the middle at Church Street Park. Of course, this second game today is going to be a night game where you have the lights, you have the Jew factor coming into play as well. And what you tend to see at this surface, especially as the lights come on and that Jew comes in, this green grass, the small tinge of green grass, the Jew tends to allow the ball to come on a lot better to the bat. So we do have teams where, we do have situations where 18 times teams have won chasing at this venue, but I think what we've seen earlier where a team won batting first could be very interesting with that Jew coming into play, especially for those seamers. And of course, Jew makes it very hard for the ball to be gripped by those spinners. So ladies and gentlemen, it could go either way. It's going to be a cracking contest. You don't want to miss it. Well, there you have it. A look in the middle with that tinge of green grass, the Jew coming in to play. But Nate Hayes, not good news for us and those watching at home, because just a bit of sprinkle. The good thing is, though, we do have blue skies here at Church Street Park as the artificial lighting is on. So we hope that it's just a small, brief passover. And the umpires have held proceedings so far. You see there, it was a lot darker earlier, Nate. You were a Morrisville native yourself. What can we expect from the weather?
Well, you can expect anything from the weather here. It's very unpredictable. It could show 0%, and while it's raining on you, it could show 100% in bright blue skies. These rain clouds form really quickly, but thankfully they tend to disappear really quickly as well.
Yeah, well, just a small drizzle. We hope that it does pass over very soon. But in the meantime, it gives you the opportunity, Nate, to reflect on what was a emphatic win earlier today, and also an emphatic performance by these two teams to get to this position. One, the New Jersey Stallions, winning 14 of their 16 games this season, winning that Eastern Division, up against the Atlanta Fire, who also finished top of their group, the Southern Division.
Yeah, these are two very, very good teams, very strong teams. You have to do something special in both of these divisions to finish first.
That is last season's table. That's the last season's table. That's the last 2021's table. So the good news is the players are making their way out in the middle. The Stallions, of course, runners up from 2021. Many will remember that. And they have retained a lot of that core, a lot of the local core. Stephen Wigg, Dominique Rickey, Sateja Mukamala, Daron Davis, they've brought in from Trinidad and Tobago. Anthony Bramble left of screen as well. And in the background, the Atlanta Fire, a team who have had success here under lights. They beat the Morrisville Raptors just 2 weekends ago. And they will, too, be looking for a good performance early.
Yeah, they played the Fire have played 3 games here 2 weeks ago. The Stallions played 2 games here last week. Everybody that's in either of these teams has played at this ground before. There's no surprises, unlike with Seattle, who managed to win anyways, who had never played on this ground before. Obviously, Rishi Bardwaj had played on the ground before, and I think that contributed to his big score in the first game today.
Yeah, we have to know conditions. Jonathan Carter, well, just the one game. Good to see the crowd in attendance as well. So a lot of family members. You do expect it, Nate, to have a big turnout here at Church Street Park under the lights. And we do tend to see a big crowd in, especially on the Saturday night fixtures. Remember, tomorrow, the grand finale, if you want to come down to Church Street Park, is also at night. So that in itself will be a good event. And the umbrellas, well, we just went in. Let's hope that the umbrella goes back out, well, down very soon. Well, in the last game, Nate Hayes, what a truly thrilling game it was between the Silicon Valley Strikers and the Seattle Thunderbolts. Many did not have this Thunderbolts team to even be here, far less beat the Strikers. And not only did they beat them, but what a way to end it as well.
Yeah, as you could see, the Silicon Valley Strikers came out firing, scoring right away. But the Seattle Thunderbolts recovered and managed to ride the wave they've been riding the last few weeks to victory, thanks to a couple of what many consider club cricketers, with Fani Simhadri and Rishi Bardwaj stepping up as the big performers in the game for Seattle.
Well, Fani Simhadri was unbelievable yet again. 2 wickets, taking him to 43 this season. And even after some fireworks from Lendl Simmons and Unmuk Chan, they were able to continue to take wickets. Pranay Suri played some good shots as well, the all-rounder. But in the end, it just would prove to be not enough. Harmeet Singh did extremely well, leading his team. Wasn't really in the wickets today, but it was all about his leadership. The impetus that he put in his team to ensure the aggression was sustained throughout the innings. And they had to really battle back after Lendl Simmons put on this flurry with his 39 from just 32 deliveries. Truly was a great innings to watch for those Silicon Valley Strikers fans. But the thing is, when he fell, Lendl Simmons, it was always going to be tough for Narsingh Deonarine, for Gary Graham, even after that ferocious strike down the ground. Pranay Suri played some delicate strikes behind square. Gary Graham, though, he would have to fall again to Samadri, who was just so consistent. Shadi Van Skalvik was the star. Narsingh Deonarine played a couple strokes, and he was able to play one over long off that came off the middle of the bat, using all of that international experience he possesses. But that was the full toss that got him out. Some of those full tosses we know so difficult to hit, and Akhilesh Badoga made no mistake. And it would mean, Nate, that they needed 10 from the last over. And after a couple miscommunications, a couple errors, and force, you could say, by the Silicon Valley Strikers, that was one, a run out, which was never going to help. Pranay Suri had to get back on strike. The final delivery, Kulvinder Singh looking to hit a 6, found the man instead. And it would mean that the Seattle Thunderbolts take an emphatic victory and put themselves in tomorrow's finale against, of course, one of the winners of the Atlantic Conference matchup. Well, unfortunately, not a good sight at Church Street Park because the players are making their way off. We have some raindrops. We hope it won't last too long because we do have blue skies here at Church Street Park. Rain doesn't tend to last too long. So we hope that the officials can get things under control and we can have play very soon. But Nate, never a good sign when you see those white or blue covers come on the field.
Yeah, you don't want that. But like I said before, this can come and go real fast in this area, in this part of the world. You know, in the southeast, we get more rain than anywhere else in the country this time of year. But they tend to be really quick thunderstorms. So as soon as, if they get this tarp over the wicket quickly, we might get a nice little blast of rain, and then hopefully it'll just clear up.
Well, of course, we can think about what it will impact the two teams. And remember, rain tends to make that outfield a bit heavier. The Atlanta Fire are taking first knock, but it will also, I think, work in their favor because they would have been worried with dealing with the dew factor, but now the Stallions will have to deal with it themselves. You know, with depending, of course, on how long this rain goes on for. Tons of people, not only in the USA, all over the world, have their eyes on this matchup. I know plenty of people from at the Caribbean Premier League are here supporting or watching their West Indian teammates. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay right there, right in your seats, because we don't expect this to be too long. We'll be back very soon as the rain is concluded, and we can have some action for you.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Got a little Atlanta Fire tent over there. Hopefully they don't go ahead and blare their own music like they always do.
Everywhere but there for us. It was on the back shelves. I said, I know Don doesn't want this here. I was looking, probably set it down when you were talking.
I bet we'll be hearing some Buju Benton blaring out of there after a 6 or something.
They got it sorted out.
They're always blaring that stuff.
Yeah, that's all good. Thank you very much. Just before, I used to be able to control him from the far left channel on the volume thing, but for some reason that's affecting all the volume of the color as well as peak. I don't know where that's at.
This will freeze up.
All good, Pete. Just working on Mac too.
My wife called me. I talked to my wife. It was stuff on speaker. Yeah,
that's perfect. Thank you. Nate, talk to Pete.
I can't hear anybody.
Hey, Peter, I can't hear you. Yes, sir.
Hey,
All right, talking to you on Sunday. Yeah, I preset them both. Sure, no problem. Yes, sir.
4,700? Yeah, roundabouts here to start with.
Only feels right that we're starting to see this. We're finishing the season the way we started it.
I know.
Sitting in the rain with lights in our faces.
Exactly.
Can you sit down? Yeah. Thank you.
Feels too comfortable. Feels too familiar.
Feels too familiar. The light thing.
The light with the rain coming
rain.
down. At least the rain's on that side and not pushing up against us.
Yeah, it's like our live show.
Yes. There you go. It's getting fine.
I ate that food, man, and it's giving me like, I don't know why, but I've got like, I don't know, maybe like a, I don't know what it is, but I've got like shakes from eating that. Since I eat that food, I don't know what it is, man. Like just a glucose issue or something, you know?
You're a good stand-in. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm good at sitting down. You don't think my charger would fit a lot, right? If it gets a little wet.
Yeah, put your charger on that guy.
Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, it's gonna be the same amount of. I don't want to unplug it and plug it something else.
Gotcha. If you put that on, that sounds what you have to match, right? Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. That's all you have to do. You got it. If you hear him say on camera, well done.
All right, so I got some good numbers already.
Communication time not working.
Look at this guy. And then that was this one. I think it was this one. Oh yeah, that was the Mercedes. Yeah,
After this 131, I was like, Jesus.
So I'm getting you decent numbers today. Of course, now India's asleep. It's like 2 a.m. now. They're asleep.
My
It's like
Geetika one.
It's like 4. Yeah, you did it? Let me.
Yeah.
I liked it. Mine did okay.
I think that's my
Mine
Gitika
got
was
like
my
10K
best
or
performing.
12K or something. Is the Gitika one is?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Let's take a look at it. Oh, the dig is good, man. Oh, I love it. That's a great picture, too.
Yeah.
The screenshot you did?
Yep.
Love it, man. So happy that she's doing well.
Yeah, dude.
I wish she'd answer my interview question. I'm like, can you answer my answer? Oh, you got 19 comments. That's really good.
It's just the the comments help.
Oh, you used a trending Billie
Yeah,
Eilish.
that's what I try. I always try to see what's trending.
Yeah, I don't ever do that. Which I need to start doing. I don't even know how to do what's trending, to be honest. Like,
I just whatever I hear a lot in my I'll like scroll and I'll just save it. And it's like, okay, if I ever find a chance.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Gentlemen, great news, and it means that we have cricket and we have action here at Church Street Park, with no overs being reduced as the Atlanta Fire, winners, of course, of the Southern Division, up against the New Jersey Stallions, runners-up from 2021. It's a packed crowd in, big support, and it will be, promises to be a fantastic matchup. And we know Nate Hayes, the Morrisville Magic. We could expect a lot more of that between two very close-knit teams in terms of their contention, both very competitive.
Both teams bowl and bat very well. Yes, Morrisville Magic, we have no reason to expect anything less than that right now. Atlanta Fire, explosive up top with Stephen Taylor, who has batted incredibly well here historically.
Well, Stephen Taylor's got a great record at Church Street Park in international cricket, and hasn't played much this season, just the 6 innings for him this year because of international duty, but he's back now, and he'll be looking to get a good start for his team. He's so powerful, one of the most skillful players in the United States. His partner, Zain Saeed, who has captained this team at times, the Fire. Saeed did well last season for the Atlanta Lightning, has had a bit of an up and down season in terms of his runs, but we'll be looking to rectify that. Had a good start here at Church Street Park against the Morrisville Raptors early in the season. Preet Shah with the new ball in hand, the off spinner who we have seen be used inside this power play, Nate Hayes. It's a trend that Jesse Singh likes to go to early. You wonder how the rain that we had, the slight drizzle, how that will affect him in terms of gripping that ball. But he will be looking to get early wickets on a surface which can have a bit of purchase for those spinners with those cracks beginning to open up. First delivery, here we go. Straight away, Stephen Taylor off the mark. Nate Hayes, so much at stake for these two teams. It's win or go home. Of course, the Stallions have been here before. They played in last season's final against the Silicon Valley Strikers, but for the Atlanta Fire, they came up short last year to the Empire State Titans. They were not at finals weekend in 2021, and they'll be looking now with their first opportunity to go all the way.
Yes, they will, and first of all, they're going to have to navigate Preet Shah, who's obviously been brought in here for the first over against Stephen Taylor. But yes, both of these teams very familiar with this ground. We're probably going to see a really great game because of the fact that both of these teams are so familiar here.
Has got that well, Zain Saeed, and he will beat that mid-on fielder, mid-off correction. So Zain Saeed opening up his account well is a great way to start off the middle of the bat.
Great way to test that potentially wet outfield as well. That ball really ran nicely to the boundary.
Yeah, it was very full from Preet Shah with the slip in place, trying to bring that outside edge into play, but just very straight, and Zain Saeed with mid-off up in the circle, he was not going to miss out on that. So if you're now joining us, the Stallions winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Down on one knee, that's going to be more runs. Innovation, realizing the man up in the circle at that square leg position. So far, so good for the Atlanta Fire.
Atlanta's definitely going to want this man to take on the off-spin bowler, Zain Saeed here. Well played there, a brave shot.
Yeah, well, just too short. Preet Shah, not quick by any means, so gave him time, Zain Saeed, to really select where he wanted to hit that ball, and knew that square leg was up in the circle. So he's still got that slip in operation. Slip in place, Paul Palmer's there, a packed offside field, long on as well. Much better from Preet Shah, much flatter, much quicker. The two outside the circle, pretty standard for the off spinner back into the right-hander. He's got that long on field as well as Raymond Moran-Martin on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Full toss, gets away with it. Very fortunate. Now this is the matchup that the Stallions will want. They purposely bowled Preet Shah with this new ball to bowl and attack Stephen Taylor. They want that wicket because we know what this man is capable of doing. at this very venue, Nate Hayes. It was only in 2018 at the ICC T20 World Cup sub-regional qualifiers where he lit Church Street Park on absolute fire. Pun intended. No, hasn't quite got it off the middle of the bat. Dominic Ricky's quick, but he actually is not quick enough. Stephen Taylor thought at first he got it and found that mid-wicket fielder, but in the end has enough on it to take it to the boundary. And straight away, it's an excellent start for the Fire after the first over. End of 1, 14 for none.
And as you said, Nikhil, fiery hot start for Atlanta.
Right arm over to you. Just a little bit, Jim. Left leg stump.
Stephen Taylor only facing 2 in that first over. Zain Syed facing 4, 9 runs, both of them off to a blazing start right now.
Well, Jasdeep Singh, with the captain of the Stallions after winning the toss. Remember, Nate Hayes at Church Street Park. You look at teams coming in to this one in the 31 T20 internationals played here at Church Street Park. After today's win by the Seattle Thunderbolts, 17 won by teams chasing, 14 of them won by teams batting first. So not a huge disparity between the two numbers. You think Aaron Jones wouldn't mind batting first, and I think the rain coming for that brief 15-minute period will also mean some moisture on the ball for Jesse Singh, who would have opted to bowl first to avoid that dew factor coming later today. Straight away, starting on the money, Jasdeep Singh. He likes to bowl with that upright seam, likes to swing the ball away from the right-hander. How much of an impact, Nate, do you think that small drizzle that we had? You know Morrisville very well. You're a native yourself. How much impact do you think that will have on these two teams?
Well, I'm not really sure. I think, you know, it was an interesting choice to start to open with an off-spin bowler after we had a little bit of that drizzle, getting some wet on the ball as it rolls through the outfield. That was an interesting choice. You know, it might make a big difference. Another great ball there by Jesse. Good start to his over.
Yeah, fresh off of international duty for a lot of these players. Stephen Taylor, Jasdeep Singh. But the Atlanta Fire have got a long batting lineup. That's the New Jersey Stallions. See, and now the Atlanta Fire, Aaron Jones, Jamar Hamilton, Nasser Hussain. Those three, the triangle of players there, Nate Hayes, are all three very experienced international players who you think will be very important, especially to this batting performance and batting approach. Aaron Jones set to come in at number 3. Oh, this is lovely from Zain Syed. Dominic Ricky's quick at that leg side boundary, and he does well just to keep it to 2. Now remember, Nate, they have a huge void to fill, and that's the void of Raheem Cornwall, who has left for the Caribbean Premier League. See him there, Dominic Ricky, very quick across the outfield. It is wet. You can see some of that coming into play. Nate Hayes, you tell me, how do you replace this? 531 runs, an average of 40, and a strike rate of 193. That's not all. He's also taken 14 wickets, and they're without him, the Atlanta Fire.
I think you replace him with the bat actually easier than you do with the ball. Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones in the team now.
Again, finds that deep fine leg fielder. They've only lost 1 game, the Atlanta Fire, when Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones have been in the lineup. They've been so consistent for the Fire team over the years, over the 2 seasons. And it's a huge addition to have them both back from international duty from Scotland.
Yeah, it's a massive boost to this team. And not only that, but to have Cornet Dry back. They missed him in the final weekend of the season. They had 3 games they had to play without Cornet Dry. And now they have him back. He actually, his wife gave birth to a daughter in that span of time. So congratulations to them. Of course, that's a great reason to miss cricket. But the Fire managed to clinch the division without him.
Full delivery and trying to attack the stumps. Probably will want to be a bit straighter, Jasdeep Singh, in terms of that line, but it's been a good start so far. Anytime you can keep Stephen Taylor without scoring a boundary early in his first 4 deliveries, you know you're doing something right. This man, though, getting back to his 2018 performance in those sub-regional qualifiers, Nate, he's going to have to be a handful for Jesse Singh to dismiss.
True, and Jesse Singh knows him. Jesse Singh knows all about that impressive innings.
Again, looking to come across his stump, Stephen Taylor, but it will just be a single. So at the end of the second over, the score 18 for none.
My son, he's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Well, this man on screen, Stephen Taylor, he's no stranger to the conditions at Church Street Park back in 2018 for the United States. 190 runs it was in 6 innings, an average of 63 and a strike rate of 190, not in one-day international cricket, but in T20 cricket. 96 from 54 deliveries against Canada. He struck 7 maximums, Nate Hayes, a game you will remember very well. And boy, did he light not only Church Street Park on fire, I'm sure they heard him in New York, in Atlanta. Wow, that was some day. Stephen Wigg.
Was it someday? I was actually over at mid-wicket when that happened. USA needed 21 to win on the last over, and he did it with a ball to spare.
Stephen Wigg into the attack for the New Jersey Stallions. What a story for Wigg. Coming off of his performance last season, Nate Hayes, the way he was able to defend those runs in the final over. 2 for 24 against the Morrisville Raptors last weekend. And it's really been a difficult challenge for him this season because in 2021 he took 27 wickets, but he's dealt with injuries for about 60 to 70% of this year's season. He's only played in 7 games and only managed to pick up the 9 wickets. But last weekend, straight up, but it goes over the keeper's head. Third man was in place, but he can't get around to complete the catch. Big let off for Stephen Taylor. Fortunate in the end. Just getting back to Stephen Wigg though, Nate Hayes. He's dealt with injury this year. He's only played in 7 games. He's only picked up 9 wickets. But that performance, 2 for 24 against Morrisville last weekend to put them out of the tournament, showed you glimpses of what that man is capable of doing.
And it was the last over, the 20th over of the game. I believe he was defending 11 runs, and he hit that wide Yorker line and length perfectly for several of those balls of the last over. He was absolutely phenomenal. It's probably one of the best 20th overs you'll ever see anybody bowl.
Well, he also likes this venue very much. You look at his performances over the 2 seasons. His economy rate is 4.78 in games played at Church Street Park. He's picked up 7 wickets over the 2 seasons as well in the 5 times that he's bowled over between 2021 and 2022. So he's really a menacing threat at Church Street Park in North Carolina. Nicked, but over the slip. And it will be more runs for the Atlanta Fire. This is a dream start. And you just think, this surface tells you how good it is for batting. Ball coming onto the bat really nicely at the moment.
Yeah, that big first over rearing its ugly head here. The second over was very good for the Stallions, but that big first over has put a lot of pressure on them. You know, every once in a while, it's not a big deal to allow the odd boundary, but after you give up 14 in the first over, you got to be extra economical from there.
Well, so far, so good for Zain Saeed, who's captained this team. He's the vice captain of the Fire. Has captain in the absence of Aaron Jones, but this would have been the perfect start for him. Has picked up 205 wickets in the 10 innings he's batted this season. He's fluctuated pretty much throughout the order, coming at number 6 to finish off games. He's also opened the batting like we're seeing him do here. And this will be the dream start for him. And it also takes some pressure off of Stephen Taylor as well. The fact that Taylor doesn't have to go all guns blazing because you have a situation where your run rate is over that 9.5 mark.
Just 2 weeks ago, we were talking about how Zain Saeed was in a slump. He wasn't batting that well. He didn't seem to know where he was going to be batting at that weekend. And after last weekend, we're not saying that anymore.
Same area, same result. But this time, Dominic Ricky's there. He's set much straighter, and he's able to save that boundary. So good thinking by Jasdeep Singh. knowing that the outside edge is into play, ball coming onto the bat, racing onto the bat. And two lucky results for Zain Saeed. He could have easily gone to that slip fielder, but he just went hard enough. Again, Dominic Ricky, though, electric at that boundary.
Dominic Ricky is going to be so happy when this power play is over. But he's a very fit fielder. He's a very fit cricketer. He actually holds the USA record for the beep test. So he doesn't mind running as much as I probably would.
Yeah, just surveying his field, Stephen Taylor, he's the two outside the circle for Stephen Wigg. That man at deep third, as well as the deep fine leg. So looking to bowl straight, looking to attack the stumps. Goes length. You cannot bowl there to Stephen Taylor, especially at Church Street Park. That is a very welcoming sign for the Atlanta Fire.
This is vintage Stephen Taylor here. That mid-wicket shot. He likes that hill, too. He likes to hit the ball up that hill. That's where you hit the winning runs against Canada in 2018 when they needed 21 to win in the final over. Except he hit that one halfway up the hill in the air.
Humid conditions here at Church Street Park. We've had some rain around. Did have some breeze early on. Breeze that really picked up. You wonder how all of these things will affect that dew as it comes in and the artificial lighting begins to take over. Stephen Wigg, though, I think last weekend in that final over, he executed and nailed those wide Yorkers so well, pushing the ball across the left-hander. With this angle, though, he's looking to attack the stumps. And he does just that. Look at that delivery. Just beats the outside edge, but that is much more like it for Wigg.
Great comeback there. Nice final ball.
Excellent length. It was all about the length. On a good length, that in between. Stephen Taylor trying to respect it, but it's so good. Great way to end the over. End of 3, 29 for none. Well, a lot of batting to come for this Atlanta Fire. And, well, they'll be looking to the likes of Aaron Jones, Nasser Hussain, and, of course, Jamar Hamilton to do the bulk of the run scoring. They do have the power of Cornet Dry, of Amila Ponzo. Jay Pathat can strike some as well. And, of course, Everett Dyer. So, pretty balanced team. And given what we've seen at this venue, where the par score for teams batting first is 141, you want to capitalize on those power play overs.
Yes, I'm curious where... Looks like it'll just be one there. Yeah, I'm curious where Rishi Pandey will fit into this batting order today with Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones back in the action. He had opened a few times with Rakeem Cornwall in the past.
Well, these two teams have met previously in this tournament. On that occasion, it was the New Jersey Stallions getting the better of the Fire. The Stallions batting first on that day at the Prairie View Cricket Complex back in Houston, won by 10 runs. It was a close game. Of course, no Aaron Jones or Stephen Taylor for the Fire. Rakeem Cornwall was there. They posted 168 and were able to defend it, the Stallions. Today, though, taking a different approach. Jesse Singh winning the toss and bowling first. This man is so good. He's just so good. One of the most talented individuals in terms of when you have that cricket bat in hand. If he gets away here at Church Street Park, it could be fireworks.
You do not want to leave him in the middle for very long. And he is in excellent form. He scored a century in one of the warm-up games in Scotland. He absolutely demolished that one.
Well, of course, the Stallions are without Sachin Mailavarapu, who tends to bowl in the power play, tends to be the one that is trusted against some of these power hitters, as you like to call them. Of course, Mailavarapu getting married today, Nate Hayes.
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow if New Jersey advances.
I tell you something, Nate Hayes, someday to have a wedding. The day of the minor league finals weekend to start? No, Sachin. You need to be here for your team. Have the wedding at Church Street Park.
Well, it does have church in the name. I think yeah, maybe Nikhil, you could be the official for that wedding. But yeah, I think he's having the kind of wedding that you can't really replan at the last minute.
See, we've got the face painting out. We've got the fans. Oh, it's all happening. The perfect place to have the wedding. In between the two games, have the wedding in the middle. Wow, has he timed that? The sound of the bat. Cracking from Zain Saeed. What a start for the Atlanta Fire. This is blistering.
Nearly hit the bus there. Hitting the ball onto Church Street. Passers-by, beware. Look at that shot. Beautiful.
Well, he just latched onto the length so quickly. Almost took out that bus in the process. That could have been problematic. Just look at it. Us in the background, Nate, we admired it all the way through. And it was the sound so far. Jasdeep Singh, he's been expensive. And this is an expensive start for the New Jersey Stallions. Under the pump early.
Very fast start right now for Atlanta Fire. This couldn't go any better for them unless it continues. But that's a great start. Syed's taking a lot of pressure off of Stephen Taylor right now. Now they just have to find the ball. Looks like they found it. Looks like I see a youth over there in a Triangle Cricket League jersey tossing the ball back in.
Well, we know the importance of the power play overs in T20 cricket. You think about the batting lineup that they have, the Fire. If they can get off to a good start and maybe only lose 1 wicket in the first 6 overs, it then changes the entire complexion of this batting lineup, because the likes of Hamilton, Aaron Jones, they have shown that they can up the ante and change gears. This is a very good start for the Fire, and it's come by way of Zain Saeed.
And you have to change gears at this ground. You have to be able to bat to the situation at this ground. We've seen it over the last few weeks on the premium broadcasts. The games have, first, second, and third act every innings. There's always going to be a lull somewhere. But right now, Atlanta is looking as good as they have.
Well, of course, Zain Saeed, he did get that 75 last weekend. He did get 75 from just 46 deliveries in a partnership with Aaron Jones.
Yeah, we've seen the ball fly out of here off of Atlanta Fire bats 2 weeks ago. We saw them flying off of Cornwall's bat.
Yeah, they beat the Manhattan Yorkers to get here. Saeed was one of the main men in that. A strike rate of 163. He struck 4 maximums, and clearly he's picking up right where he left off from last weekend where they played at home. A lot of his runs have come on the synthetic surface. I was very interested to see how his approach would change on this traditional turf surface. Has given him some problems when he faced the Raptors and the Lightning. Scores of 6-9, 22 last weekend during the group stages. But clearly he's showing the quality and the ability to go hard early on. And instantly now, a lot of pressure on Jasdeep Singh as captain. They do have a plethora of seam options. Singh, we've already seen Stephen Wigg, Manoj Acharya, who's taken wickets. Jonathan Carter also in today. Over the top, Zain Saeed. Out of the top drawer, that one. Unbelievable ball striking at the moment.
6 runs right there from Syed. He is just starting so well for them.
Well, the intent was right from Jasdeep Singh. He tried to push the ball wide, but it was just the length that was the problem. And, well, that's in the slot, half volley, whatever you like to call it. Zain Saeed with mid-off up in the circle. He's not going to miss out on that. He's raced to 30 from just 14 deliveries. And still another delivery remaining in this over.
And this is a Rakeem Cornwall start. And as you said before, when Cornwall...
Nick this time, though, and gone. The comeback from Singh. Jasdeep Singh, with all of his international experience, has come back in a huge way for the New Jersey Stallions.
And just as I said, this was a Rakeem Cornwall start. He kind of finished it in a Rakeem Cornwall way, got to 30 runs in a blistering pace, and then leaves the middle.
Excellent delivery from Jasdeep Singh. Just may have seemed away from the outside edge. And Jasdeep Singh, well, so great as a bowler when you're under the pump, under pressure, just been hit for 2 maximums, and you can produce a delivery like that, showing his skill. Huge wicket for the Stallions. They take their first. Saeed gone for 30. The Fire 47 for 1. The captain, Aaron Jones, walks to the middle. And he'll be looking now to continue right where he left off last weekend against the Manhattan Yorkers. I like to call him, Nate Hayes, the runs machine. Doesn't matter the format, doesn't matter who he's playing for. He's just been so effective this season. 255 runs, averaging 51. Unbelievable cricket player from Barbados. Bridgetown, Barbados, of course.
He's known as a compiler, but he's really picked up the scoring rate in the T20 format. Very good cricketer.
Now have a look at this delivery from Jasdeep Singh. Wide of the crease, just angling the ball in and then letting the seam do the rest. That green grass getting a bit of sideways movement, and Zain Saeed, well, he had no idea. That length again, on that good length, so hard to hit that down the ground where Zain Saeed had just hit the previous delivery for 6.
But Syed sure gave them a boost with his 30 runs from 15, I believe. Excellent. Excellent boost there from Syed. Now this is the big partnership for Atlanta, you got to think.
Not only the big partnership, but the big player for the New Jersey Stallions, Jonathan Carter. Now, Carter will know Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor very well. He would have played with Stephen Taylor at the Barbados Tridents franchise. And he's only played in 1 game this season. He's picked up 4 wickets and also scored 25 runs. A very underrated bowler, I like to say. It doesn't matter. It does not matter who bowls. Stephen Taylor will attack. And boy, does he do it well.
We might be on our way to a vintage Stephen Taylor Church Street Park innings. If that last shot has any indication.
Oh, well, it was all about the timing. I mean, they had an extra cover. They had mid-off. It was aerial, but it was the gap that he was able to find, Stephen Taylor. Now he goes again. This time, though, hasn't quite timed it. Paul Palmer's quick, but he just has enough on it to take it over the infield. Very exciting start to the action after we had that rain break. This is dream stuff in a knockout game.
Yes, we had the 1 wicket there. Let's see if that's going to affect Stephen Taylor. It hasn't yet. He's 21 off of 11 right now, off to a blazing start. Aaron Jones yet to face a ball.
I tell you, it's the all West Indian affair in the middle right now. Taylor and Jones, one from Jamaica, one from Barbados. Anthony Bramble behind the stumps from Guyana. Jonathan Carter with the ball in hand from Barbados. Around the wicket now. Has he got bad on it? Has he got bad on it? Yes, he has. The finger goes up. Stephen Taylor, he can't believe it. May have just thought the bat hit the ground, but the finger goes up and Taylor has got to go. And again, another bowler, after being struck for a boundary, comes back into the attack and comes back in a huge way.
Taylor seems adamant that he did not, or he's at least very angry about something, potentially angry at himself. Let's take a look here at this replay.
Well, he changed the angle. Jonathan Carter came around the wicket. Very interesting.
I think you might be right. I think he looked like he dragged the corner of that bat against the ground on that swing.
But in the end, he's got to go. Taylor gone for 21. The Fire now lose their second in quick time. 53 for 2. Nasser Hussain, the international, former Bangladesh international with tons of experience, comes to the middle. And these two now will look to do some rebuilding. It's a very healthy run rate at the moment, going at close to 12 runs per over. They can't afford to lose another wicket inside this power play. 2 very experienced players at the crease. He has played more than 2 matches, Nasser Hussain. Picked up 83 runs in the 4 innings this season. He's averaged over 25. Has played some crucial match-winning innings. He's the replacement for Rakeem Kwawar, almost a like-for-like swap with the off-spin option as well. But Nate, it just tells you why the Fire have been so good this season, when you can have someone replacing Stephen Taylor, who's played 19 test matches, 65 one internationals. Here's the wicket again, and it was all about the angle. Jonathan Carter came from around the wicket, came into the body of Stephen Taylor, but then pushed it wide. And the finger then went up.
That was a beautiful ball there by Carter. Looking like it might come in, and it didn't.
Well, Nate, Aaron Jones, we mentioned the fact that he's in red-hot form, coming on from last week's 72 from 42 deliveries. But Nate, not only has that 72 showed the red-hot form of Jones, get back to that after this delivery. On the stumps. Nate, when you look at Aaron Jones' last 3 international performances, 62, 123 not out, and 51. That was in the last series against Scotland, the UAE, that Cricket World Cup League 2 series in the ODI format. But the way that he's been able to transition between the 2 formats has been seamless.
And it's been something he's needed to work on, and he has worked on it, and he's doing very well in that regard.
An excellent over from Jonathan Carter. Should just be 2. And it will be 2. Nasser Hussain is quick. So ends the 5th over. An eventful one. 8 and a wicket. End of the 5th. 55 for 2.
Welcome back to Church Street Park. The Atlanta Fire, they've really gotten things going, but a couple of wickets in that opening partnership have now just changed the game back. The New Jersey Stallions, they've led on Jasdeep Singh, who's taken a wicket, and Jonathan Carter, who's got one of his own in his first over. And you can see the fans, they got a bite, and they're just enjoying all the festivities here at Church Street Park. I'm Aman Patel here, and I'm joined for the first time today by Matthew Achayabar, who's here from the New Jersey, New York area. Matthew, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Aman. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my 3rd time visiting the beautiful Church Street Park. Would have been here twice last year, and find myself here for only the 1st time this year, so hoping for some good action. We've already seen a brilliant first game by Seattle.
Well, now you can see us on camera. Well, you see just how young Matthew Achayabar is. Again, what is it now? Just 13 years of age now? Or
14.
14, there we go. Just 14, he's a big boy. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. But 14 years of age here in the commentary box. And as we look through the Atlanta Fire, just trying to pick things up after a couple of wickets have fallen through their captain Aaron Jones and Nasser Hussain, as Daron Davis will get things underway for the New Jersey Stallions. And of course, Matthew, usually accompanied in the commentary box by his father, Leonard Achayabar, who's called international matches as well, so he's got a big pedigree on him. It's always a blast calling games with the 2 of them, called last year in Morrisville. And again, you can just see all of the youth out in the action. Again, you would have seen a lot of the New Jersey Stallions, and without Sachin Mailavarapu, they have a big hole in their bowling lineup, Matthew.
Yeah, they really have. They've got to try to make up for quality overs. We always know Sachin Mailavarapu is a big loss. We saw that with the strategy by trying Preet Shah in the first over, and now we see Daron Davis in the power play. So definitely a big hole in the side without Mailavarapu.
Well, the sweep shot comes out, and Daron Davis had himself quite a weekend last week here at Church Street Park. It was more so with the bat in hand, had a couple of incredible plays in the field to catch a backward point, amazing save at long on. And now he's being called upon with the ball in hand, and as you mentioned, it feels like they're going bowler by committee to replace those 4 overs of Sachin Mailavarapu.
Get it, Steven! Steven!
And a quick push down the ground. They're going for that quick single. Again, it's so important here for the Atlanta Fire. And I think they would have recognized this through the first game today and through their time here 2 weeks ago to get those singles in these middle periods of the game.
Yeah, it's very important for Jones and Nasser Hussain, who's still relatively new to the crease.
Well, this one was in the air for a moment, but it's flirted away through the infield and is going to go all the way for 4 runs off the bat of Mohammad Hussain, who's just gotten it away from the fielders, and a welcome boundary for the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, we mentioned the rotation between these 2, but what about the boundary hitting as well? It's T20 cricket. You've got to continue to play the shots. And on that occasion, Hussain picking up a boundary. Going back to Daron Davis, a man who would have come from the New England Eagles, has played a big part in the Stallions as of late.
Well, just down the leg side there, but as you mentioned, as of late, he's been really a revelation, helping out Anthony Bramble with the bat in hand towards the back end and a big hitting role that they need, and also with the ball is able to come in, bowl some tight overs. But this one, drifting down the leg side again, bat on it this time, and it's bigger and better than ever. It's going to be 6 runs. That's far too easy for Nasser Hussein. He's got too much class on him to miss out on a ball like that. And that'll be the end of the 6th over. The power play comes to a close, 69 for the loss of 2. Well, again, Nasser Hussein is starting to pick things up after that initial flurry from Zain Zayed, who had 30 from 15. Stephen Taylor had a couple of really impressive shots down the ground, but now it's those two, Aaron Jones, Nasser Hussein, you have to rely on. Everroy Dyer will be a big part, and Rishi Pandey, just going to be interesting to see how they elect to use him. He's generally come up top of the order alongside Rakeem Cornwall, but saved a little bit lower down the order today.
Yeah, and I feel with the start that the Atlanta Fire have gotten, Jamar Hamilton might be another option to come in next at number 5. But so far, Aaron Jones and Nasser Hussein with still some bit of work to be done, because we saw the start from Zain Syed and Stephen Taylor. They'll be looking to maintain a healthy run rate. Yes, the rotation is important in these middle overs, but still going at 11.5 and over, they'll want to keep that around there as much as possible.
And you mentioned it, talking about how the start came from Zain Zayed and Stephen Taylor. They're going to want to continue that. And again, we know how high the scores can get under the lights here at Church Street Park. 188 seems to be chaseable. We saw the Raptors do it on a couple of occasions. We've seen teams all across the league, anytime they come here under the lights in Mooresville, always feel that anything is possible. Called Mooresville Magic for a reason, dubbed by our very own Nate Hayes. As Carter starts once again to Aaron Jones. And again, we didn't see a lot of pace from the New Jersey Stallions last week. We didn't see a lot of Jesse Singh. We saw Stephen Wigg in the depth overs. We didn't get to see a lot of Manoj Acharia, just the one match for him. And using a little bit different of a pace option, and Jonathan Carter, who's just more on a length. Keeps most of his deliveries generally outside that off stump as well.
Yeah, and you feel Jonathan Carter has got a big role to play here coming into the Stallions side in place of Nino Henry, a player who has been a regular for the Stallions for quite some bit of time. And Jonathan Carter adds that extra layer to their batting as well, which you may not have got with Henry and Mailavarapu.
Well, this one full and straight and really well dug out by Aaron Jones. But as you mentioned, that extra batting element that it almost feels at times New Jersey has been missing all season long. You felt that you had to get big contributions from the men up top the order. Think about Saite Jimukamala, Dominic Rickey, and then Anthony Bramble helped that out with the middle. And we've seen Daron Davis, now Jonathan Carter. This time Jones attacks Jonathan Carter. He's pulled this one away, but fielders in place. Again, this is something we saw the Seattle Thunderbolts do really well, was bowl to their field in those middle periods. They weren't giving up a lot of big overs, a lot of boundaries. They were just making the batters work for every single and double that they were able to get.
Yeah, and that's very important. You always say, let the batsman play his best possible shot. Let him hit you with a very good ball. And so far, that's what the Stallions will be looking to stick to their plan, and that is to bowl to their field and to try and contain Atlanta Fire. But given Nasser Hussein, who was a late addition to the Fire lineup, but has come in and has made an impact, and given Aaron Jones needs no further explanation.
Just pushed down the ground. You mentioned it, a late acquisition for the Atlanta Fire. He comes in, and his first game was actually here at Church Street Park, and he played it phenomenally well. Was able to get a wicket on his very first delivery here in minor league cricket, so we'll get to see him with the ball. And he's a great player of spin, playing in Bangladesh. Could wake up from a nap and sweep the ball, but look at that, a little bit of shape away for Jonathan Carter to end the 7th over. 72 for the loss of 2. And you mentioned the start that the Atlanta Fire got off to. How about the power play? You can see it there. How about these shots from Zain Zayed? Was able to go all across the ground, and Stephen Taylor didn't miss out either. Pushing delivery straight back, and a little bit of luck. Fortune favors the bold, they say, and some edges going away, but Stephen Taylor, how about this shot? To me, the shot of the day. Just lunged into this one. This one pulled away, the biggest of them all. Nearly hit that bus, and Zain Zayed also overcovers. But that's the wicket there from Jesse Singh. Just shape away, squares him up. And this one, again, brilliant from Stephen Taylor. That's the one, the controversy there. Was it bad on the ground? The umpire said no. He said he's out. And this one cut away for 4 runs. And again, that was what the power play said with this sweep down the leg side. That got us to our point, and you can see all the brilliant photos taken by our wonderful photographers here at Church Street Park on the Minor League Cricket social media pages. And again, these incredible photos just enhance the game. These incredible pictures that you're seeing from Church Street Park, and they only get better and better as we sink under the lights here at Church Street. This one just cut to the fielder, and again, Jerome Davis, he does not a big turner of the ball, but keeps the majority of deliveries on off stump, and will dare Aaron Jones to try to go over the top and go inside out, opening his off the middle stump.
So far, the plan has worked. A couple of dot deliveries to start this one from Deron.
This one just tucked into the leg side, and again, if you are the New Jersey Stallions, as long as that boundary isn't coming, you're not going to mind the singles flowing. But if you are the Atlanta Fire, on the flip side, you also would just say, as long as the singles and doubles are flowing, we're setting a platform for the likes of the likes of your bigger hitters down the order. Jamar Hamilton would be a name you throw in there.
Yeah, given the start that the Atlanta Fire have had, you feel the damage has already been done. When you look at Stephen Taylor, 21 from 12, Zain Zayed, 30 of 15. Nasir Hussain has already hit a couple of boundaries, has gotten a start. So you feel as long as these two hang in there, get the singles and doubles, at some point, you feel if they hang in there long enough, the boundaries will come. And as you mentioned, the firepower at the back end, the likes of Jamar Hamilton, Corney Dry can hit it as well.
Well, Aaron Jones can hit it as well. Don't forget about him. Back down the ground, 6 runs. Aaron Jones coming off a century for the USA. How about that shot to open it up?
Yeah, lovely shot from Aaron Jones. Player who is always one of the top dogs around American cricket. National side regular is Aaron Jones, and showing his class on that occasion, hammering that one. Beautiful shot from Aaron Jones.
And again, this is the staple of Aaron Jones's game. Anytime you see him hit a boundary, the very next ball end up being a single. 8 overs gone, 81 for the loss of 2.
Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Whoever you are, on the field, the dream is what drives us. Gear up for your dreams. Shop now at dreamcricketstore.com.
Well, look at this Church Street Park as the lights start to illuminate and the sun starts to set out in the distance. Again, we have an enticing matchup here. Who's going to join the Seattle Thunderbolts in the final? As you see, Joel Manning handing out some hats for minor league cricket. He's always lively. He's always at a parade of some kind, always brings the energy somewhere. And you can see him amping up the crowd, amping up the fans here at Church Street Park.
I can tell there's a big base of Stallion supporters right there. So definitely the Atlanta Fire, we've seen they've brought a large support. Both of these sides have. As we see Manoj Acharya come into the attack, surprisingly for the first time, given we're 8 overs into this contest.
Well, it was expensive last week against the Morsel Raptors in match number 1. And really most of the runs he gave up was in that final over that he bowled to Dane Pete. He was hit for 3 sixes in that over. But you can see 36 wickets through 30 matches was part of the Manhattan Yorkers last year and last year's rendition of minor league cricket. And he's so good in the depth with those variations. You feel the Stallions without Sachin Mailavarapu are going to rely heavily on the experience of Manoj Acharya. It's a much better start here from Manoj. I think last week just got carried away trying to dig it too short. You saw him on occasion, and the ball just sit up and just be asked to hit. Not the quickest of bowlers, Manoj, so he's going to want to be on that length and use his cutters and can attack the stumps of the batters. Oh, it's short, it's wide, and just because it just felt like it's stuck in the hand, not enough pace on it for Nasir Hussain to cut it away. Will be that single.
These two have got a nice little partnership going here, partnership of 30, and they've managed to get it off 23 deliveries, so there's still that bit of attacking intent by these two. We just saw a very good 6 in the previous over, well hit 6 from Aaron Jones, man on screen.
Well, this one short is pulled away, and again, this is what he struggled with last week. Manoj Achadia, this one just going to be cut for 2. Again, he struggled with these short deliveries. The ball seemed to stick in the hands. He's going to want to pitch these up. Don't want to get too short for Aaron Jones and Nasir Hussain.
Aaron Jones, man who would have had first-class level for Barbados before coming on to the United States and becoming a regular face in the U.S. national setup. Few players coming from that similar background, likes of Xavier Marshall, Kareem Agor.
This one just tucked into the leg side. Again, that's the length that you're looking for if you're Manoj Achadia. Just on that good length and daring Aaron Jones to drive him. And he's attacking the stumps with that angle as well. Again, you mentioned it, 33 from 25. And both of these bats have come in and they're able to put the bad balls away and keep the singles rotating.
Yeah, they really have. And it's been a very big partnership, very crucial partnership between these two. Because you feel had one of these two fallen early, you could have easily been the Stallions back into this one.
Well, there he goes. You talked about it, falling early. Manoj Achadia, he strikes, looking to open the face and run it down to third man. All Nasir Hussain could do was find the wicketkeeper, and he's got to go.
Yeah, the edge is flying through to Anthony Bramble here today. He's been a very busy man behind the stumps, and Manoj Achadia, this time the latest bowler, to induce the edge. As you mentioned, Nasir Hussain just looking to delicately guide that one down. Didn't get all of it. And in the end, it's another catch for Anthony Bramble. And there's the third one down for the Atlanta Fire. Partnership broken. And Nasir Hussain walks back for 15, 86 for 3.
Anthony Bramble so important with the bat, but also with the gloves. Revelation behind the stumps as young Rishi Pandey walks into the middle. And young Rishi Pandey, you can see a smile on his face, a little tap on the head from his captain Aaron Jones. Rishi Pandey really showed his class here at Church Street Park last week alongside Rakeem Cornwall, 2 weeks ago alongside Rakeem Cornwall. 13 matches, 167 runs, an elevated role for him this year. And again, just one of the most promising young talents in all the USA.
Yeah, and just 16 years of age. So it just shows how minor league cricket has helped shape the youngsters in this tournament. And seeing the likes of Rishi Pandey batting alongside names like Aaron Jones, Stephen Taylor, regulars in the US setup. The likes of Jamar Hamilton, who would have played at West Indies Test level, Rakeem Cornwall, Amila Aponzo, Corne Dry. Just the sheer names in that team that Rishi Pandey finds himself playing alongside it. It's really good for the youth development.
Strong start here from Manoj Achadia onto the body of Rishi Pandey to end the 9th over, 86 for a loss of 3. Well, the Atlanta Fire feels everyone's getting off to a start, but no one's able to convert. Stephen Taylor, 21 from 12. Zain Zayed, 30 from 15. The latest victim, Nasir Hussain, 15 from 12. So right now, Aaron Jones and Rishi Pandey in the middle, who will need to build that partnership with the ball in hand. Matthew, what's been going right for the New Jersey Stallions?
They've definitely had lots of resilience. They haven't let their heads slip down, despite the quick fire start we saw from Stephen Taylor and Zain Syed. There's Baba, man behind some of the best camera angles. The drone capturing the beautiful Church Street Park.
We love Baba Beg here, and more so North Carolina at Church Street Park. And again, this shot courtesy of that man that was just on your screen. And again, just look at the picturesque Church Street Park. And again, who's going to join the Seattle Thunderbolts in the final tomorrow? The Atlanta Fire, they started off strong, but the New Jersey Stallions do what they so often do best, reel the other team back in and give themselves a chance. So they're going to turn to the youngster, Raymond Ramraten, who starts short, and he's going to be punished straight away. Oh, it should have been a cut. It was a drop. Did a lot of work to get there. He ran a long ways to his left, tracked it down, and in and out of the hands of Paul Palmer along the boundary.
What an opportunity. What a catch it would have been from Palmer had he been able to hold on to it. Was never going to be an easy catch. Running away and then having to pull out the dive at a difficult angle. But in the end, it's 6 runs for Aaron Jones, and at the end of the day, that will go down as a drop catch.
Well, again, touch short and has gone through the infield. Fielder has some work to do, but won't get there. It's going to be 4 runs. Maybe a touch of fortune on both sides. Aaron Jones and Raymond Ramraten on the first one. This time, touch of unfortune again for Raymond Ramraten as he gets through the infield. 4 more.
Yeah, not a great start here for Raymond Ramraten. Starting off with a couple of shorter deliveries that Aaron Jones has just been easily able to go on the back foot. Hammer that one for 6, and then that one through the offside for 4. Quality player is Aaron Jones.
Yeah, and it's been a trend for Raymond Ramraten pretty much this season where he's just been a touch too short for most of his overs. He's going to want to find a way to pitch it up, use this natural turf. Again short, again pulled, but this time to the fielder. Again, just a touch of fortune, you'd say, on the side of Raymond Ramraten there. Really, you felt that one could have been punished to the boundary as well.
Yeah, you feel Aaron Jones maybe realizing he's probably already got a lot in just 2 deliveries, maybe not deciding to take the extra element of risk. But the Stallions and the Atlanta Fire, we were already guaranteed a new champion this year. The New Jersey Stallions will be looking to join the Thunderbolts in the final, running quickly but only a single. The Atlanta Fire will be looking to add even more shock to the minor league finals weekend by joining the Seattle Thunderbolts, 2 new finalists. The Stallions will be looking to get back to familiar territory from last year.
Well, that's the length if you're Raymond Ramraten. That's the length you're going to want if you're the New Jersey Stallions. If you want to get back to that final tomorrow, because from there the ball can do a lot. It can turn. We've seen his ability to turn the ball in the past. And from that length, you're just daring Aaron Jones to reach out. Rishi Pandey with a little bit of a slog there, and it'll just be that single to end the 10th over. And the 100 comes up. 10 overs gone, 100 for the loss of 3. Well, Church Street Park, again, just picturesque, and the lights starting to come on here at this ground as the Atlanta Fire, they brought up their 100. You see the sun setting out in the distance behind the trees, and the lights starting to illuminate as well. What a shot that is. And again, we've just been blessed with these types of shots for the past couple of weekends, and you can see the players here at Church Street Park, the Seattle Thunderbolt squad, just trying to see who they're going to take on tomorrow. As Rishi Pandey pulls Manoj Achadia into the leg side. And as we're in the 11th over, we have a change in the commentary box. Young Matthew Achabar bids us farewell and joined once again by the one and only Peter Della Penna. Peter, Aaron Jones has really gotten off to a fiery start. He showed off some of the shots already. You just feel he's going to be a big part. You want him to bat through to him that 15th over and then give that platform for Jamar Hamilton to let loose.
And I was having a chat off air with Dane Pete, watching Aaron Jones off to this great start. And we were both saying, why doesn't he do this more often? He gets so comfortable soaking up dot balls. But clearly he's demonstrated here, he's got more than capable ability in terms of clearing the ropes. Just kind of keeps himself restrained at times.
And that would be the one critique of his game that you hear most often for Aaron Jones with the USA team. It just feels at times he's just stays in his shell a little bit longer than he has to. But today, he's come out all guns a-blazing.
And you can get that 85 jersey. There's an Atlanta Fire merchandise tent. I got myself an 85 jersey. I got one of those. $25. It's a bargain. That's a steal, man. The Toyota Minor League T20 Championship, the Toyota jersey. Toyota Jones 85 on the back.
Rishi Pandey inside edge, and again, this is what Manoj Acharya does really well. It's just the variation out of the hand. You can see him bowl cutters time and time again, and that one just undoing Rishi Pandey. And Manoj Acharya, of course, last year part of the Manhattan Yorkers, this year in the 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco, part of the New Jersey Stallions, a big part of the New Jersey Stallions. And there's an edge, and there he goes. Rishi Pandey has to go, and Manoj Acharya making claims to be on the pages of DAFA News tomorrow morning as a big reason why the New Jersey Stallions are going to have an opportunity to get back to the final. Another edge, another one to Anthony Bramble, and another wicket goes for the Atlanta Fire.
Well, one of the big discussions last week was having to pick between Manoj Acharya and Stephen Wigg, and they've shown tonight you don't need to pick between the two of them. You can have them both in the starting lineup, and why not with the bowling that Manoj Acharya has demonstrated here, getting Rishi Pandey out for 3, 102 for 4 now in the 11th.
Well, the Atlanta Fire, after the way they started, they didn't think they would see Jamar Hamilton out this early in the middle. They would have hoped to kept him maybe held back until 14th, maybe 15th over. But you can see why. 19 matches, 388 runs. He's such a big hitter, big striker of the ball.
Giving the big hug to Aaron Jones, and they've got a decent start. It's just the loss of wickets that has kind of held them back a bit. You can see the crowd here keeps growing and growing and growing under the lights now. And I know some people walking around the ground before were wondering, where are all the fans? I felt the crowd was a bit small this afternoon, and I said, you just got to wait until sun sets. Once they turn on the floodlights, then you see the fans come out here in big numbers, and that's proven to be the case again here for the second semifinal here at the Toyota Minor League Championship.
Well, it's a whole nother ball game once the lights go down, and it's a whole nother ball game once Manoj Acharya is amongst the wickets. 11 overs gone, 102 for the loss of 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
1, 2, 3.
And again, the sun continuing to set here at Church Street Park, and what a view, what a scene it is in this Atlantic Conference Championship. Again, you mentioned it earlier, Peter. Once the sun starts to set and the floodlights come on, it's a whole nother game here at Church Street Park. Everything just seems to be a little bit better.
And there is Stephen Wigg. He's coming back into the squad late in the season. Working out of the Dream Cricket Academy in New Jersey. That's where a lot of these players come out of. Ray Ramerton. So right there on the front of their jersey. That's the Dream Cricket Academy. It's been there for close to 2 decades now in Somerset, Edison, New Jersey. And Stephen Wigg is there. Ray Ramerton, Sai Mukamala, all out of the Dream Cricket Academy. Venupal Parthy is one of the co-founders of the Dream Cricket Academy. He's here today, affiliated with the Stallions squad. Trying to get back into the final.
Well, this one, just a bit of the outside edge of Aaron Jones, gets down to third man. Stephen Wigg, so impressive in that final over against the Morsel Raptors. Again, defended 10 runs in that final over and produced some of the best balls that you've seen all tournament long.
And that was in spite of the fact that he bowled a no ball in that over, gave up the free hit, and still was able to defend those runs. It was a remarkable over, but so well bowled by Stephen Wigg. Again, he's a left-arm bowler. He's an American citizen. He's from India originally, and that's because of the fact that his father, who's got Dutch-American heritage, was a missionary over in India, as well as his grandfather. He comes from a long line of missionaries doing Christian missionary work.
And you can just see this here. He was just asked to take his thumb tape off from the umpire. Again, not allowed to have that tape on your bowling hand. That was why there was just a touch of a delay as that quick single is scampered on through, and some overthrows. Can't have this if you're the Stallions. Don't want to give up anything extra.
Here's Jesse Singh on with the captain, number 29. For those of you who missed out on the broadcast last week, he's changed his number from 99 to 29. He used to wear 99, which was somewhat of a tribute to former USA player Usman Shuja, who also wore 99 during his USA career. And now Jesse Singh switched his number this year from 99 to 29 because it's a combination of his own birth date and his wife's birth date, their birth month. So he's somebody born in September, I believe. Or it's February. I can't remember which is which. I think he's born in February, and his wife is born in September. So you take 2 from February and 9 for September. That's how he's decided to come upon 29 for his jersey number this year, when for most of his career he had 99. It's a tribute to his wife and his own birth dates, now that he's married, newly married, got married last year.
Yeah, weddings happening all across the New Jersey Stallions. Sachin Malavarapu, of course, missing out on today. He's getting married, so congratulations to him and his wife. As, again, another quick single is taken away.
It's not just the Stallions. It's all over minor league cricket. In the strikers squad, I was talking with Arish Butch, who was not in the 11 today. He got married 3 weeks ago. He said his wife was giving him a hard time coming out here. They've just gotten married. He's coming out here for the playoff match. And then Pranay Suri, who nearly won the match for the strikers going down to the final over, he just got married at the start of the season. His wife Megan came out here. And then Unmuk Chand got married at the tail end of last year. I think he got married in November. So there's an awful lot of guys getting married here in these squads.
Well, it's celebratory times here, and
what I want to know, Amin, where are our invitations? All these weddings happening, I haven't gotten a single invite, and I don't think you have either. What's going on?
Well, Peter, I think it just means we might be a little bit too mean, or we might say something in the broadcast we shouldn't be saying. I think that's what it probably is. And this one is just slashed away through the cover region, and it'll just be 1 to end the 12th over. 109 for the loss of 4 as the Atlanta Fire just start to trickle their way up. here we go, the Atlanta Fire, and just losing wickets, those consistent intervals, and players getting off to starts, but not able to finish that off. Aaron Jones, they're 33 from 23. He's going to be the key. Can he continue and bat on through this innings, and can Jamar Hamilton be there till the end? And if he stays until the end, you just know that something is special in the cards here. Peter's familiar sound that you're hearing right now. So those planes flying in and out of RDU, and it's Jonathan Carter, familiar sight with the ball in hand. Just tucked into the leg side. The call is for one. Again, Jonathan Carter has been just really consistent on the day. Kept it on a length and kept it angling in to the off stump. Not giving the Atlanta Fire much to really work with, and I think Jamar Hamilton is just waiting to pick that over of his to go off. Full straight, that Yorker length comes out from Jonathan Carter. We've already seen it before.
What we have seen too is his style of bowling, just medium pace, cutters, not that express pace. Fidel Edwards went for an awful lot in the first game. That kind of bowling right there. That's the perfect delivery on this wicket. Wearing wicket was used last week for the playoff matches. Those kind of cutters, off-pace deliveries, and the spinners, that's what's been difficult to score off of. Whereas if you contrast that with Fidel Edwards in the first game, trying to put a lot of pace on the ball, he was very, very expensive, and arguably it's the reason why they lost the game. Shehan Jayasri only bowled 2 overs for 6 runs. Whereas spinners and pace off the ball really was the better option. As you see, good running between the wickets to come back for a second here by Jones.
Yeah, and again, you talked about it. It's that bowling that we saw Dave Tadani bowled a similar fashion, in which it was just cutters on that good length, on that driving length, and just dare the batters to do something different. This time just flicked off of the pads of Aaron Jones, but again to the fielder. Carter, he's just so smart with the ball. We've seen him bowl on 2 lengths. He's gone for that Yorker, or he's either been on that good length right outside the off stump, and he's had the field for both types of deliveries. Again, you're just wondering, when does the flip switch for Jamar Hamilton? He just pushes straight back down the ground to end the 13th over. 1-1-5 for the loss of 4.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm down here with Zane from the Atlanta Fire. Okay, so you've scored 30 runs. Walk me through that mindset and just your overall game plan when you're out in the middle.
So, a little disappointed that I got out, but my game plan was pretty simple. Try to make use of the power play a little positive, wait for the bowler to bowl me in my areas, and then utilize, based on that. I wanted to play the power play, and then after that rethink the plan to make sure we take it as deep as possible. But, our team, we're doing well right now, so let's get our fingers crossed that they get us across the 20 over mark.
I love that. So talk to me about playing in an atmosphere like this. We have fans, great weather, the grounds are absolutely beautiful. It must be a thrill for you.
Of course, definitely a very intense stage, but it's all about keeping your composure, keeping your calm. If there's always pressure because of playing in the playoff and especially in the conference finals. But I like to tackle pressure with counterattack, so that releases the pressure from my end, and then puts pressure on the other team. So that's I actually like to play in stages like this. It gets the best out of me. So yeah.
I love that. Great answers. Back to you guys in the booth. Best of luck out there.
Great insight there from our very own Paxton Elrod as this quick single comes in quickly. Zain Zayed, of course, got off to a fiery start, just couldn't convert, and he mentioned he's hoping that these two can carry them over that 20 over mark. But the task doesn't get easier as Jesse Singh brings himself back into the attack.
Yeah, Zane Syed has been somebody who first emerged on the under-19 scene back 7-8 years ago. He's a very promising young talent.
Oh, how about this? Aaron Jones, he held the post for good measure, just lifted it over the top as straight as you like, back down over the ground. One bounce over the rope for 4.
Well, you might get another look at this. They might change this from 4 to 6. As live, I thought it cleared the rope, but no, Rushane.
To the innings. Much better from Wig, much closer to his plans in terms of what he's looking to achieve. Still 1 delivery remaining in this over. They've already got 13 off of the over.
That man in screen, Saitasia Makamala, is going to be important, but going back to what you just said, Nikhil, 13 off the over. It's been a fantastic over for the Atlanta Fire. And the key word you mentioned early on was momentum. This is the momentum they're trying to flick the switch to take it back onto the Stallions going into the latter part of the innings. Yes, we've got 25 balls left in the innings. So we're going to try and maximize that. If you go 12 and over, that's 50 runs. That takes you to 196. And that's an ideal score in this situation.
So wait, can he close it out well? Can he close it out with a dot or a wicket? That would be ideal. The key thing to remember, this Fire team were 69 for 2 after the first 6 overs. It was the start that has helped them get up to this dominant position. Jones this time, but there is that cover fielder. Just thought it could have been another boundary, but Raymond Ramratan very safe. End of the 16th over, a big one for the Fire. 14 runs come from it, 147 for 4. A dream, Church Street Park. Simply a dream, Dane Pete. You're the luckiest man in the world to captain the Morrisville Raptors and play all your cricket at this venue.
Yes, thank you, Nikhil. It's amazing. I haven't regretted the move from Maryland one bit. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. But look at the score sheet. It's much better than Morrisville. And Church Street Park with Aaron Jones, 51 of 35 deliveries. Zane Syed played a fantastic knock at the start of the innings, getting 30 or 15. But Jamal Hamilton has really flicked the switch and really taking it back to the Stallions. Jonathan Carter looks like he's warmed up and ready to take on the mantle of bowling the 17th over of the innings from the captain, Jasdeep Singh. So yes, privileged to call this my home, Nikhil. Absolutely loving it.
Cutter into the surface from Jonathan Carter in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. And they will be looking, of course, to close out this over well. Carter, I think, probably brought into the attack a bit prematurely. May have been wanting to bowl that 19th over, but because the onslaught has begun from these two, he may have just forced the hand of Jasdeep Singh. Straight down the ground. Has he got enough on it? No, Jasdeep Singh is very quick at that long off boundary. I know Raheem Cornwall is all the way in St. Kitts watching his team. He's watching his team. He's a very passionate Atlanta Fire man, and he'll hope that his team can get over the line. Boy, was he something special. You faced the carnage, Dane Pete, 531 runs, a strike of 190.
We didn't. Our left arm seamer. Our left arm seamer, we got him out, Jumbo. He asked me to have the left arm seamer bowl him again. But yes, he was action-packed. He was all loads of fun, old Raheem Cornwall. Great personality is Raheem Cornwall. Fantastic cricketer. And all the best to Raheem Cornwall and Raheem Cornwall out in the CPL.
Full toss. Jamal Hamilton already felt he missed out there because he would have expected to clear the boundary. These two know each other very well, have been in the West Indies, set up together, Jonathan Carter and Jamal Hamilton. One test, one ODI for Hamilton. The second man from Anguilla to play for the West Indies after Omari Banks. Aaron Jones playing at the first class level for Barbados Pride. Now moving over to the USA, playing international cricket. Average of 44 in one internationals, Dane Pete. Run machine. This is really good bowling from Jonathan Carter. I say that because he's just come in, remember, after a long break. This is only his second game of the tournament. He got 4 wickets in his first game for the Stallions team. That was against the Manhattan Yorkers in a game they lost. But the way he's bowled here in these conditions with his cutters, he's truly been magnificent.
Superb. He's played, you can see why he's played for the West Indies. He's a fantastic cricketer, good all-rounder, fantastic in the field. And hopefully we'll see some exploits with the bat. But a great shot.
Yeah, very straight from Hamilton, but Jasdeep Singh, one of the best boundary riders at that long of position. And you take this if you're the captain, just 6 singles from the over. Much better for the Stallions. End of the 17th, 153 for 4. The run machine, Aaron Jones. Boy, was he something serious today. Again, following up of his 72 last weekend against the Yorkers to put his team in this position. Whether it was short, whether it was full. He's such a good time of the cricket ball. So easy on the eye.
Easy on the eye indeed, Nikhil. It's fantastic to watch. And I love to see the growth ever since I've come to America. I've seen Aaron Jones. I've seen what he's done. And I can just see the growth of how he's getting better and better. And he's just played this inning superbly well. It's fantastic to see. He has really carried the team through a great start, but he's continued the momentum. And I think that's the growth I've seen from Aaron Jones. Doesn't take a lot of balls to get going, and that, for me, is a sign of an exceptional talent.
Well, 18 deliveries, legal deliveries remaining in the innings. Dane Pete. Jasdeep Singh is going to bowl his final over. Remember, there are no Sachin Mailavarapu, the left-arm spinner. They had to accommodate for his absence. Full toss. Astonishing. Simply magnificent from Hamilton. Wow, that's gone a long way back.
No ball too, Nikhil. It's a full house for the Atlanta Fire. Hip high, dispatched into Church Street Park. Yet another ball lost. He's hit that into the woods. A couple of bounces in the tar. And bang, what a fantastic hit by Hamilton. It's like you knew that was coming, Nikhil.
We're not even into the night. You can already see those wet conditions coming into play. Couple of deliveries now slipping out the bowler's hand. And it's 6 runs as well as a no ball. Bonus delivery. All of a sudden, momentum swung in the favor of the Atlanta Fire because of this partnership.
They know how important this is going to be. I was just about to mention, I would love to walk over just to feel the outfield, to feel how the dew factors affecting these players. But I know, having played the last couple of games here, it's definitely getting a lot worse and a lot more harder to control. So this, yes, it's a negative right now for the Stallions, but for the Atlanta Fire going into the innings, they're going to understand with the spin bowlers that they do have, Hussain, Amila, Ponzo, they're going to rely a lot on those guys to try and put in a big and huge performance for the Fire.
Jasdeep Singh under serious pressure to start the over. First one has disappeared for 6. How does he come back? It's a free hit as well. Goes wide. Hamilton hasn't quite got it. The catch is taken, but it doesn't matter. They're coming back for 2 as well. Aaron Jones is so quick. He's been out there for 39 deliveries and still persistent on running those 2s.
Yes, I agree with you, but one thing I don't like, I'll be honest with you, carrying his gloves and helmet in one hand, that does create a little bit of confusion. Jesse Singh holding his left hand, left wrist maybe. What could that be, Nikhil?
Not sure. Let's hope he's okay. May have just been hit by the ball on the way through. This is the running again. Hamilton didn't quite get it though. He'll be disappointed. He bats himself. He's so strong, Jamar Hamilton, regardless of the length. Good catch in the end taken, but it doesn't matter. It's now 8 from 1 delivery to start the over. Well bowled this time though. Seems to be Dane Pete in the night games. Just be a single. Cutters into the surface seem to be the most effective delivery for seamers in these night games especially.
Yes, fully agree with you. There's a chance that you might not miss your length and line with bowling that delivery. Yes, we saw the first ball of the delivery. Jasdeep Singh tried to go for the Yorker It ended up being a hip-high full toss that was above the waist that Jamal Hamilton dispatched into Church Street. But the off-cutter back into the pitch would be perfect. Like you said, it's an important 16 deliveries this for the Stallions, trying to restrict it. Anything is possible to get on the surface, but they've got to try and nail it down.
No ball signal again. This time it's the front foot of Jasdeep Singh and not turning out to be a good over for the New Jersey Stallions. This is very costly at this stage of the innings. Aaron Jones, who's been there for 39 deliveries, is going to have a bonus the second of the over. And clearly overstepping, a good decision by umpire Roshane Samuels.
Yeah, that's a great decision by the umpire. It's way over by Jesse Singh. You won't be happy with that. But one thing I would like to see, yes, third man and finally up Nikhil, but I would still love Aaron Jones to aim straight and hit it over the side screen. That's where he's good at. That's what he's improved at. So hit the ball straight back over the bowler's head. That will be perfect.
Well, he can't change the field. Singh long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. The fielder's outside the circle. Free hit delivery. Wow, that's disappeared. Aaron Jones putting on a show at Church Street Park.
Wow. 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 A fist bump by Aaron Jones after that hit. That's a massive, massive hit by Aaron Jones. He identified the off-cutter straight away and bang, over cow corner or wide, deep mid-wicket. Missing the scoreboard just about, but what a hit by Aaron Jones. You can see it's a man that's batted plenty of deliveries, but he's addicted to scoring runs, Nikhil. He's a run machine.
The Atlanta Fire faithful will be very happy about this. It's a huge over and still 3 deliveries remaining. 17 runs from the first 3 deliveries. Carnage, as my good director Peter Steep loves to say. Cutter, another cutter in to the surface and another dot. Every time he's gone to that slower delivery, has gotten results.
Yes, for sure. It's the no balls that's created a lot of problems for Jasdeep Singh in this over. He's gone for 47, as we can see, but he would want to close this over out spot on here because he's been put under pressure early on in the over, Nikhil. But Aaron Jones is seeing the ball like a beach ball, and he's wanting to hit every ball out the ground now. So there's a lot of pressure on the young man, but let's see how this changes out. Aim straight, Aaron, aim straight.
Aim straight he does. That is the best of the lot. Aaron Jones, this is your world. We're just living in it.
Arms in the air like he's just won. But what a cricket shot this was by Aaron Jones. Unbelievable body position. Like I said, aim straight. You might just get that ball and whack, bang, boom, over the side screen. What a shot that was by Aaron Jones. As you can see, elated young man. Love to see it. This is what the Toyota Minor League is all about, Nikhil.
He's putting on a show. This has been simply brutal. And he's so deceptive because he's not a power hitter. He's not a muscler of the cricket ball. He's just so good at manipulating the gaps and finding those boundary scoring opportunities. And he's been well supported by Jamar Hamilton, a partnership worth 74 from just 44 deliveries between these two.
Yes, for sure. Loads of pressure. Pressure is all on the Stallions right now, Nikhil. That I can tell you. At 176 for 4 with 13 deliveries left. If you double that, that's 199. That's 200 to win for the Stallions. What's your call?
Well, it could go either way, but you will bat the fire in this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. Dane Pete, this is, you can't ask for much better than this. Under the lights at Church Street Park, the premium coverage, because of our corporate sponsors, Toyota, Sunoco, and Dafa News, we've been able to bring the globe the action from right at their home. And of course, Aaron Jones, anticlimatically, ends with a single, but his 24 mega runs have come from the 18th over. At the end of 18, 177 for 4, 12 deliveries remaining. .67 from 43. The highlight, one of the best players in the country, Aaron Jones, in red hot form. He's already come into this one averaging 51 in this tournament. He batted 6 times before today, a strike rate of 155. Look at that tower, gone right past the 21 mark. How? He's just so good. You look at his runs this season, Dane Pete, it's not been all boundary striking and power hitting. He's so good at running between the wickets as well. You look at today, 28 of his runs, 32 of the 67 runs have come from boundaries. That's not even 50%. What it tells you, though, is that he's such a good runner between the wickets because his strike rate is 163. This is what cricketers at home, the young ones watching, want to emulate. Acharya into the attack. Starts with the Yorker.
He doesn't waste deliveries, Nikhil. That's the most important thing about the way Aaron Jones goes about his business. Yes, in the past, you can say slow starter. He's fixed that. He knows his scoring areas. He gets going straight away. You cannot easily just bowl a dot ball to Aaron Jones. Once he gets ticking over, it means he's getting comfortable with the surface. And then, boom, you see an explosion of over of 24. It just throws everything out of the window for the opposition.
Short, it goes straight up, but the man is up in the circle, fine leg. Preet Shah may have just done well enough to save that. The umpire, you think third umpire, we have that luxury. You think he'll want to take a look at that. Did he just get down in time? He could have saved 2 runs for his team. It will be a very valuable effort if he can.
Knowing the standing umpire is probably going to take the decision into his own hand, Nikhil. That's a good piece of fielding in my opinion. Great piece of fielding by Preet Shah. That could be a valuable 2-run save at the end of the game in the context of the game.
You have to minimize boundaries at this stage. The Fire, though, will be thinking one thing, and that's 200. The Stallions, if they can keep them to under 200, they'll feel like they've done well. Oh, look at this. Look at this from Jamar Hamilton. My, oh my, that is fantastic. Just so good in terms of his awareness, knowing fine leg up in the circle.
That was just awesome. Shuffling inside the line of the ball always makes it hard. Knowing that he's trying to go for the Yorker with a field set. Jamar Hamilton, as a wicket keeper, they always say they play the sweep shots well, and that's just a little dabble over short fine leg, and he's got yet another boundary, Nikhil.
Well, Dane Pete, since the 15th over, they were 135 for 4. And it tells you the value of taking the game deep. They've scored 49 runs from 21 deliveries. That one, though, crashes into the pad, so it will just be a single.
I'm just putting myself in the shoes of the Stallions. They're going to try and think about how we're going to go about this run chase. Yes, they have batsmen that can bat through the innings at 120, 130%, but you need someone like Bramble to go through and try to put the impetus back on, just like this man did. He put the impetus back on to the opposition. You're going to need someone to bat aggressively for a long period of time for this run chase to be successful.
He goes straight. Wow, he's gone big. He's gone long. It's heading our way. Mammoth from Aaron Jones. Is there anything this man cannot do?
No. That's a fantastic shot. It looked like a really good length and a fantastic catch in the crowd. As you can see, Manoj just missing his length, but hitting it over long off boundary for a massive 6. And what a catch in the boundary, in the crowd, I beg your pardon. Fantastic, fantastic piece of hands.
40 unbeaten, 48, 48, 14, 33, and 72 coming into this. He's now got 74, Aaron Jones. How do you stop him? This time, though, hasn't quite got it. Square leg in place, and square leg puts it down. And sometimes when things are going your way, Dane Pete, as you know better than anyone else, sometimes it just continues to fall in your favor. But it ends an eventful 19th over. 1 to play here. The Fire on fire. 193 for 4.
The Atlanta Fire has scored 193 runs with a loss of 4 wickets.
Still 1 over remaining. The run rate has gone past 10 and over. Aaron Jones, the highlights, 76 from 46. He averaged 51 coming into this game this season in just 6 innings. Now he's added to that. He's in blistering hot form. Who bowls the last? You think it will be Stephen Wigg?
Yes, they'll go to Stephen Wigg. He closed out the game against the Raptors last week. Bowled a good over, but look at that. Fantastic. Atindra, the young man, Superman, getting it up down from the former captain Zain Syed.
Getting those muscles ready because he will be important. This was a chance going to begging in the last over. Jones looking to go square, but just got a bit too underneath it, and they'll be disappointed they weren't able to hold on. Preach shot was running on, or had to do a lot of work to run from that square leg position.
I just had a look at his shoes, Nikhil, his boots. I can see a lot of moisture on them. So the dew is a factor. The dew will be a factor tonight. Good piece of bowling by Stephen Wigg. Great start to the over.
Now that ball will give Dane Pete nightmares, and I'll tell you why at home. Last weekend, Stephen Wigg had 10 runs to defend, and he bowled a lot of those deliveries, those wide Yorkers. We see it a lot in T20 cricket, the way the game is growing. Jasprit Bumrah, Jofra Archer, those are the go-to deliveries. It is so hard to hit those over the boundary for 6. He executes well, firstly, so a lot more of that needed.
I'm still not over it, Nikhil. Had a conversation with Matthew Ford. He's not over it too, and he's at the 60 already. So it's a lot of things that cannot be controlled in cricket, but the way that Stephen Wigg bowled is exceptional. He's half the man he was last year with the long hair, but still a very, very good find in the Toyota Minor League.
Jamar Hamilton, I looked at it today when you look at the fire batting lineup. He had to step up. He had only 1 half century in this tournament. 5 times he went past the 25-run mark, but he was not able to capitalize on those starts he was getting. But under the bright lights, when his team needed it most in a knockout game, he's come through for them. Can he continue though? Off the outside edge, and it's going to squeeze past third, and it's going to be 4 more. When it's going your way, it just continues to go your way, and it's gone the way of the fire tonight.
Definitely. When it rains, it pours. Me, as the Monarsville Raptors captain, will ask the question, where was our outside edge to go for 4 last week? But unfortunately, it didn't come, and fortunately enough for the Atlanta Fire, it came. Jamar Hamilton swinging with his all. Eden Jones, the captain, will be happy with that, and moved on to 47. Yes, you said he hasn't got a 50 in a while, but this has been more than a 50, Nikhil. 47 from just 27 deliveries has been an exceptional innings for the Atlanta Fire.
Stop. Just stop and hold the pose, Jamar Hamilton. You cannot do that. Brings up his 50 in style. It's just his 2nd in the tournament. My oh my, the man from Anguilla. Excellent.
What a way to get to 50, beating the wide long off. A fantastic knock. 53 from 28 deliveries, a strike rate of 189.29. Stephen Wigg missing his length again, but whacking it into the creek here at Church Street Park. What a fantastic shot. The teammates looking for the ball into the creek, and eventually turning around and applauding a fantastic 50 of just 20. What an innings this has been of just 28 deliveries.
DMP, it won't matter
Unbelievable.
Too much. It won't matter too much now, but I kept saying it. I was very shocked to see him coming at number 6 because of how powerful and how dangerous he is. You want your best players in this format to bat the most deliveries. But nonetheless, he's done extremely well. This partnership has done extremely well. 101, the partnership between these two from just 54 deliveries. Coach Wilden Cornwall will be very happy. Full toss, but he gets away with it, Stephen Wigg. Again, the dew coming into play. They're coming back for 2 as well. That's going to be close.
That looks out.
Yeah, we'll have to see it. Don't think he's made it, and it crucially means that Aaron Jones has not gotten the strike at the other end.
That was quietly a very good piece of fielding. Dominic Ricky moving quite swiftly to his left, throwing the ball into Bramble and knocking the stumps down. Fantastic piece of wicket keeping. Fantastic piece of fielding in general, and that's what we like to see. An improvement from last year in the Toyota Minor League. The fielding has gone up a level, which means players are going to be put under pressure in the field.
Well, umpire Jermaine Lindo, 3rd umpire. And we're waiting for his decision, and there it is, red, which means the end of a fantastic partnership. 101 put on between these two. They came together with the score on 100 for 3. We'll make that 100 for 4, and they've put on an excellent partnership. The captain and Jamar Hamilton, of course, who is the first-class captain of the Leeward Islands. This is a performance that Rakeem Cornwall at home will be very proud of. Corne Dry, the all-rounder, the power hitting, all-rounder from South Africa comes to the middle. And that 200 psychological advantage there, and you think, how much will that play a part?
Glad you brought that point up. I was just quietly looking around the ground to see the body language of the Stallions, and all the shoulders are dropped, hands on hips. It normally shows a sign of defeat, but knowing that the potential and the talent that they do have within their roster, anything is possible. So the game is not done yet.
Well, Dry uses the long lever as well. Well, I can join in the fun too, he says. And Aaron Jones can only celebrate. My oh my, they're dealing in maximums.
What a shot that was by Corne Dry, shuffling inside the line, pegging himself down outside the off stump and whacking it over cow corner to the Atlanta Fire fans for a yet another 6. It's been a flurry of boundaries at the back end of the innings here, Nikhil. Just lovely to see for the neutral. Just lovely, lovely to see.
You've got to close out well, though, if you are the New Jersey Stallions, and they've just not done that. They were 135 in 15 overs, the Fire. And so far, they've put on 75 runs and still a delivery remain.
One man that will post something on Instagram or social media is Corne Dry. He will definitely be posting that shot online for the people to see, for the masses to see. All these millions of followers.
Slower
that one he
delivery.
won't.
Aaron Jones is going to come through for one. He's going to be run out Corne Dry, but they had to risk to try to get the single. In the end, it will end the innings, but the carnage has been complete. It's been destruction from the 20 overs in this Atlantic Conference. We'll have another look at it. It was a slower delivery. Corne Dry took off late, and an easy decision in the end. Out by a long way. So a wicket on the last delivery, but it doesn't matter too much. You see the red light on now. It means that 211 will be what the Stallions need. And Jasdeep Singh, it's been a tough day at the office for him. What they will have on their side, though, is the fact that they've won the toss, they bowl first, which means the do factor, something that a Fire bowling attack, who has been suspect this season, have been very expensive, can be in the back of their minds. And also what the Stallions will need to know is that they've already beaten the Fire once. Let's see how things go later today. But first, we have to give credit to Aaron Jones. 76 from 46 deliveries. Scintillating ball striking from him and Jamar Hamilton. The two put on 102 runs together. Wow, was that something to witness. 30 at the top for Zain Saeed, a 21 for Stephen Taylor, the bowling.
Yes, they were put under pressure in the power play. They were good in the middle. There was a bit of a balloon or a fallout at the back end of the innings. Unfortunately for Jasdeep Singh, yes, Preet Shah started off the innings, went for 14, but there's a lot of guys that went for over 10 and over. Jasdeep Singh going for 54, but I thought Jonathan Carter showing all of his experience, going for 4 overs, 1 for 23, which is really good, and Manoj Achara going for 2 overs for 32. They needed every single bit of those bowlers to try and get the team restricted to a reasonable total.
It was all about the start for the Atlanta Fire in the power play. They were able to score over 10 runs and over, thanks to Zain Saeed and Stephen Taylor. Magnificent. The man who's averaged so high in international games at Church Street Park. Saeed got a few lucky blows which went over the slip cordon, but just power from Stephen Taylor. Hit Jesse Singh for a couple of strokes in the offside. Saeed played a scintillating pull shot. Manoj Acharya, though, came into the attack and was able to get the wicket of Nasser Hussain. Saeed continued, went over long off, then had to go. An excellent comeback after being struck for 2 maximums for Jasdeep Singh. Jonathan Carter, the standout pick of the bowlers, with all his experience, was able to prize the wicket of Stephen Taylor. Angling the ball in from around the wicket. Daron Davis came in, went the distance. Nasser Hussain plays the spin so well, the former international cricketer. But Aaron Jones, it was all about his show. Just bided his time so well. That was the wicket of Hussain. Manoj Acharya got his man. Raymond Ramratan could have had Aaron Jones. What a difference that would have made had Paul Palmer held on. But this man in red hot form, averaging 50 coming into this game. Rishi Pandey, that was the wicket of him. But whether it was straight, whether it was short, whether it was full, it just didn't matter. Another 52nd of this 2022 edition. Jamar Hamilton, slowly after facing 12 deliveries, put on a power-hitting exhibition. And wow, you just look at some of the maximums on display here. The crowd in for a treat, and those watching at home, well, really you could say you've witnessed history. Such a big total at Church Street Park, thanks to the 101 partnership from just 54 deliveries between Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton. That was another drop chance. Preach Shah was unable to take the catch. But it was 75 runs scored from the last 5 overs, which is always going to put you ahead. Over 12 runs and over in the last 5, and Cornet Dry came out and hit the penultimate delivery for maximum. Last delivery was run out, but it didn't matter. Woof, can barely breathe. Very tough for the Stallions, but they'll have to go hard from early. They'll need 10.5 runs per over. They'll need 211 from 20. When we return, don't go too far because it's all to play for here at Church Street Park. And let's go down to our sideline reporter, Paxton Elrod.
Yes, thank you guys. I am here with the man himself, Aaron Jones. Incredible batting performance by you and your team. How do you feel going into the second half, the halfway point?
Thank you. Definitely scoring 210 runs in the first innings, that's definitely a big score. We are confident as it relates to defending the total. I think once we get a good power play, that everything will be smooth from there.
I love that. So what do you need to see from your team in order to close out this match and head to the championship game?
I just think, as I said, a good power play is vital. If you could get 1 or 2 wickets in the power play and definitely restrict them to, say, 35, 40 runs in the power play, they definitely will be coming hard because they got to score over 200 runs. So once we could do that, I think that everything will be good from there.
Love that. Best of luck out there. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Paxton. Aaron Jones, the man of the moment. Wow, that was a special innings from him. 76 it was. Don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen, because the Stallions will be looking to get into the final for the second season running, and they're going to have to bat extremely well. They'll need 211 to win. We'll be back very soon.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco. You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Well, you cannot get better than this under the lights here at Church Street Park. It's truly been special to see 210 runs put on by the Atlanta Fire. And it was really an exhibition of power hitting. They started well in the power play. They got 69 runs from the first 6 thanks to a good opening partnership between Zayn Saeed and Stephen Taylor. And then a 100-run partnership between Jamar Hamilton and Aaron Jones has meant that they've got the highest total this season at this facility, 210 under the lights. The bowling card, very expensive for the seamers, 13.5 for Jasdeep Singh. He went at, picked up the 1 wicket. Stephen Wigg went at 12.25 and over. Jonathan Carter, though, the standout, just the only bowler to be less than 6 runs and over, 1 for 23 in his 4. It means that the New Jersey Stallions, if they want to remain in this contest and competition, they'll need 211. They'll have to go at just over 10.5 runs per over. You think the likes of Anthony Bramble, Jonathan Carter himself will be very important to this run chase. The players out in the middle, the Atlanta Fire, led by the skipper Aaron Jones, who will have his head high because of that scintillating innings. I keep saying the word scintillating because I'm running out of adjectives to describe that knock. Matthew Aichibar, the youngster alongside me. Matthew, sum up that innings from Jones.
Well, I've got one word: carnage. That was what had unfolded in that Atlanta Fire innings. Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton putting on perhaps some of the best power hitting we've seen throughout this entire 2022 Minor League Cricket Championship.
Well, for those at home that remember a couple of weeks ago, we've got the youngest man back joining us on commentary. Such a talent, 14 years old, Matthew Aichibar, and definitely one for the future in this 2022 Toyota Minor League and much more. Anthony Bramble, Dominic Rickey, 2 men that have been in good form, especially at this venue, but they'll need more than that. Bramble will know, and you think he'll feel some weight on his shoulders because of the nature of that they need to go at 10.55 runs per over from the very onset, so you can't play around with this total.
Yeah, and especially you look at the Stallions lineup: Dominic Rickey, Saiteja Mukamala, Paul Palmer, players that are perhaps more suited to perhaps take their time and work themselves into an innings, and then they can really fire. There's no time for that at all when you're chasing 211. A player like Anthony Bramble, a naturally attacking player, and a player coming in with the amount of experience and the rep that Anthony Bramble has, you do certainly feel there is a lot riding on him.
He's had a good season this year, though, Dominic Rickey. He likes batting at Church Street Park. You look at his record this year, 498 runs, 3 half-centuries. He'll want to up that strike rate, though, 117. It is tough to play in the Atlantic Conference. A lot of the heavy outfields on the eastern side. And his partner, Anthony Bramble, well, we don't need to talk about the power that he possesses. Just last weekend, it was 75 from 53 deliveries against the Marshall Raptors. Came in, of course, as a replacement for Rodman Powell this season. He's lived up to that reputation and lived up to the hype, you could say.
Yeah, he really has, Anthony Bramble. It's been perhaps a bit of a like-for-like switch with him and Rodman Powell, bringing in one beast for another. Only Bramble comes in right at the top of the order and has really gotten the New Jersey Stallions off to some very, very good starts, especially in that power play. Can be so dangerous, and he'll have to be in a chase like this.
Cornet Dry. He has been expensive this year, but good to see him back. He's so experienced, was the second leading wicket taker in the 2021 season. And he'll be looking now, after just having a baby, to now get his team over the line. They have to start well. We know the importance of the first 6 overs and the fielding restrictions, just 2 allowed outside the circle. First delivery, 211 to get for the Stallions to remain in this contest. Starts full, starts attacking the stumps. You have that luxury, Matt. They're going to come back for 2 as well. You have that luxury as a defending team when you have 210 runs on the board. You can be very aggressive, even inside the pop overs, and you want to get the wicket of that man on screen.
Yeah, when you've done so well with the bat, it gives you a lot to work with, and it can allow you to just really get into the opposition's head, really push them. And even if you do have a little bit of misfortune, you've still got runs to fall back on.
The par score here at Church Street Park for teams batting first in the 30 T20s played here, now 31 after earlier today. It was in the air for half a second. Anthony Bramble, though, that is a worrying sign for the Atlanta Fire. He's a very powerful player at the top of the order, especially in the power play.
Yeah, and Cornet Dry going for the short delivery, connecting with that pull shot very nicely. Did Anthony Bramble. And getting the Stallions off to the start that they needed here.
All about the control, just got on top of the bounce so well. I was making the point earlier though, Matt, the par score here after the 31 T20s over the 2 seasons, 141. But it tells you, I think, the Jew has come into play a bit earlier than the Stallions would have expected. We did see a lot of those deliveries slipping out of the hand of the seamers, Stephen Wigg, Jasdeep Singh. And it meant that they scored at 15 runs per over in the last 5. So that will be at the back of the Stallions' mind, knowing that is something that the seamers, Atinja Subramaniam, Cornet Dry, Everett Dyer have got to deal with. This time in the offside, and this time just gets it over the infield, doesn't time it well enough. We'll come back for another 2. It's a healthy start, though, for the New Jersey Stallions.
Yeah, that's the kind of mindset that they really need. And it's pretty much everyday business for a player like Anthony Bramble. This is the way you'd expect him to bat on a normal basis. But you'd feel chasing 210 plus, it's just elevated him. And perhaps in a way, sometimes even motivating these ball beaters like Anthony Bramble to go harder at your opponent.
This time, though, we'll be happy to just settle for 1. You look at the reliance of this Italians team on Bramble this season, Matt. When he first came in, he batted at number 5 and 6 in the first 6 games. When he came up to the top, though, it's been a completely different story. 4 oppositions who faced him. And the only 2 times he's failed this season is 2 games that they've lost. Against the Manhattan Yorkers, he scored 3 and 12. Every other time he's come off, they've been a completely different batting unit. And it's because they have touch players like a Dominic Ricky, like Mukamala, who can support Bramble so well. It's a formula that they've used all season. Can it come off 2 more times? 1 today, and of course, a win here would put them in the grand finale tomorrow. We'll have to rebowl that one, Cornet Dry.
Yeah, you feel a team like the Stallions, it's no surprise they've been as successful as they have been. You mentioned the aggression up front in Anthony Bramble. You mentioned those bit of more stroke players, Ricky, Palmer, Mukamala. And then we've seen as of late the firepower at the back end. Raymond Ramratan has won them so many games. And the last few weeks, Darren Davis as well has really come on. This time, though, much bigger challenge ahead of them.
Oh, excellent from Dry. Best delivery so far that he's bowled, getting the ball just to leave the outside edge of Dominic Ricky. Now, you mentioned all of the batting options that they have. The Stallions, Daron Davis, who blistered that 32 from 15. Paul Palmer, center of screen. Jonathan Carter, who they brought in. I think they've got to maybe get Jonathan Carter up the order. Or even a Daron Davis. Yes, Mukamala's batted at 3 all season. But when you're chasing 211, you have got to maximize the first 6. Let's see how these openers go. They may not be required. Another dot. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to be a wide. Cornet Dry has been expensive in this tournament. First over's gone for 11. It's very serious looking Jamar Hamilton. It's not characteristic of him. He's a very light-hearted but very happy man in the field. But he will be very tired because it's humid conditions here at Church Street Park. That innings he played, well, he deserves a long vacation after this tournament.
Yeah, he really does. Does Jamar Hamilton. Showed his class with the bat in hand today.
Excellent delivery from Cornet Dry, but it's still a very good start. 11 come from the first over. The Stallions under the way at Church Street Park. Still a lot of batting to come. Matthew Aichabar, I put the question to you. Who bats at number 3?
I think you've got to get a player like Jonathan Carter in next, having that experience, I know he's new to the team, he's only come into this game with 1 game as a Stallion under his belt, but just having a player of that caliber like Jonathan Carter, you've got to throw that experience, you've got to back Carter to give you the goods. Coming in at number 3, it's a lot of pressure to bring in Sai Mukamala at 3, even though he's been there the whole season, to come out of his comfort zone, you'd feel, in a chase like this?
Yeah, I'm fully in agreement with you, and I think also what it does, see some planes drive past us, fly past us, I should say. Thinking about the Toyota Tundra and the fuel from Sunoco a bit too much, Matt. This 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. Emil Ponzo with the new ball in hand. And he has so often bowled inside the power play. He's even bowled the first over at times. And with two right-handers at the crease, pretty common that Aponzo will come into the attack. The Sri Lankan, wonder how he will bowl though with the Jew factor playing a part. There is a long on in place, but the long on has no chance, and it's simply the power of Anthony Bramble. When he hits it, it stays hit. First maximum.
Yeah, much needed here for the New Jersey Stallions. Not a great start for Emil Aponzo. You can see the power of Anthony Bramble realizing what's at stake just over the head. As you mentioned, he's a big, strong man, is Anthony Bramble. And on that occasion, the brute strength of him prevailing.
You think about the options that the Fire have. And Emil Aponzo, Nasser Hussain with his off spin. Rishi Pandey can bowl some leg spin as well, but you wonder how effective those spinners will be with the Jew continuing to play a part. The Jew factor here, not only here, but in all forms of cricket, has been such a big variable. Down the track again, Taylor's position, but it's flat enough that Bramble is able to survive. Can you imagine, Matt? You look at the Fire, they got 69 from the first 6 overs. If the Stallions can get it to somewhere similar, just 60, but keep this opening partnership together, all of a sudden this run chase becomes very interesting.
It really is, if that was to happen. You feel a player like Anthony Bramble, if he can get you through the first 10, you've got a chance in this game.
Crowd catch there to Aaron Jones. You think about it though, the fact that this Stallions team, they've chased 5 times this season and have not lost a game chasing. They're unbeaten when they're batted second. It's why Jasdeep Singh was so happy to chase. And look at that delivery. Could have easily gone through the gate and easily crashed into the stump. Slow start for Dominic Ricky so far.
Yeah, Dominic Ricky yet to get off the mark. We've seen Anthony Bramble play his shots. Very good delivery, narrowly missing. Wow, look at that.
And again, another dot, creating the pressure after Emil Aponzo conceded the maximum, just 1 run from the over. It's going to be 7 from the second, 18 for none. Beautiful, just beautiful. Church Street Park, North Carolina. I think Matthew Aichabar, the best cricketing ground in this country by a long way as well, because you can have events like this with beautiful crowd in, all those North Carolina faithful in watching the game. You don't want to, I mean, if you're in North Carolina and you're in Morrisville, Matthew Aichabar, how can you not come to the ground and be part of the action?
It's absolutely amazing. The atmosphere in this ground, having been here all day, has been absolutely tremendous. The turnout, as expected, you could see there, fans lining up all across the ground. It's been absolutely amazing, and you'd expect it to only get better for tomorrow's finale.
That final coming to you tomorrow, 5:30 p.m. Anthony Bramble, though, he's already gotten a start, already hit a few maximums. If he can continue in this way, it could be a very long night for Aaron Jones and his men. Corner drive. First over went for 11 runs. Can he prize a wicket? Flicks it so well. Deep mid wicket is there, but deep mid wicket, a bystander. When this man connects with the cricket ball, look out.
Yeah, Anthony Bramble, very talented player. And as he mentioned, we've been hyping him up throughout this inning, saying he's the man for the Stallions. And so far, he's put his hand up and said he will go at Atlanta Fire, realizing that he's got to go and go very quickly. He flies up to 20 of just 8 deliveries, exactly what the New Jersey Stallions need.
It goes straight up, but it has enough. And it goes all the way for 6. Didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat, but it tells you how strong Anthony Bramble is.
Yeah, he's one of those players that even if he doesn't get all of the bat on it, it can still fly. Look at that one. Setting sail all the way for 6. And pressure again on Cornet Dry here.
10 from the first 2 deliveries, Dry under the pump. Anthony Bramble is not a man you want to see playing shots like that. Much better delivery, pulls the length back, and it goes with a slower pace-off delivery. And every time we've seen it in the first inning, Jasdeep Singh, Stephen Wade, when they've gone pace-off, it's been a greater challenge for Dominic Rickey. He just needs to rotate the strike. You want Bramble facing the majority of deliveries in the power play.
Yeah, and Dominic Rickey, as of now, can continue to play his natural game, and that is to just rotate the strike, see himself in, because you've got Anthony Bramble doing the business at the other end, carrying on as you would expect him to, so it just eases the pressure a little bit off of Dominic Rickey, but still with a role to play at the other end.
Flicks it really well. Stephen Taylor's out there, but Stephen Taylor has got work to do. First runs for Dominic Rickey. He's such a good timer of the cricket ball, and shots like that show you exactly why.
Yeah, lovely shot from Dominic Rickey. Very good release shot as well to get him off the mark. Beautiful, exquisite. And on a ground like Church Street Park, under the lights, looks even better.
Dominic Rickey, the man from Berbice, Guyana. 2 Guyanese at the crease. Has, of course, that international experience. Has played at the international level for the USA in 2 one-day internationals versus Oman last year. And I think when you look at the season that Ricky's had, Matthew Aichibar, he's knocking on the door for a call-up to the international team. 498 runs, 3 half-centuries, and a huge elevation from 2021. I felt he was getting starts for his team, 315 runs. He got some starts, but he was not able to carry on. 0 half-centuries last season. This year he's come back, been a lot much more mature, and he's been able to really cash in for his team. Can he do it one more time? Goes full, but definitely going down the leg side. I think that's where you want to be if you're Cornet Dry. You have that height, the tall trajectory, bowl those Yorkers, those toe crushers.
Yeah, you can look at this one. Better, way better delivery from Cornet Dry. Right in the area where he wanted to. Not outseeing the umpire. That's the end of 3 overs. 33 of that loss.
After 3 overs, the New Jersey Stallions have scored 33 runs.
The run rate, 11 runs per over for the Stallions. What a start. It's blistering. Similar to what we saw earlier today with the Atlanta Fire. They were 29 from the first 3. The Stallions are doing better at the moment. But of course, we know scoreboard pressure in a must-win game. Matthew Aichibar, how much have you enjoyed the action today?
It's been amazing, it really has. First time to Church Street Park this year. I came here twice last year, but it's just reminded me of how much I've missed not coming here this season. So glad to be here for championship weekend. And we saw a great shock, the Seattle Thunderbolts pulling off, you would say, an upset over the Silicon Valley Strikers to book themselves a spot in the final and to guarantee us a new winner.
Down on one knee, manipulating the field so well at the moment, Anthony Bramble. He's coming back for 2 as well. Run out chance, but the throw should have been better. You thought on that boundary, Zain Saeed, it was patrolling that leg side boundary. Bramble, it tells you the intent to get back on strike. He wants to face every delivery with the fielding restrictions.
Yeah, I'm sure the rest of the Stallions side would love him to stay there as long as possible to make use of the power play. And as I mentioned earlier, to even bat on to 10, 12 overs, even longer than that.
Big swing and a miss. May have just been the sound of the wind just how hard Anthony Bramble went at that delivery. But again, excellent bowling from Subramaniam, going wide. It's a brave length to bowl because of how strong Anthony Bramble is square with those pull shots, but it's the line, when it's so wide, Matt, it's very hard to hit that into the onside. Anthony Bramble, though. Matthew, how old were you in 2017? Maybe 6 years old?
I would have been 9.
Do you remember Anthony Bramble's 196 against the Leeward Islands back in the 4-day setup? I thought I was young. I know the youngest man has been very historic and has been very popular, but you really are extremely young, 14 years old. And when you were 9, Anthony Bramble, 196 in a match-winning effort for Guyana to beat the Leeward Islands. It tells you about the type of player we have. He's played in the CPL for the Amazon Warriors. This man was still in his Pampers.
Very good start here by Atinja Subramanian, and this is the beauty of minor league cricket, and it shows how much it's helped develop the youngsters. We see Atinja Subramanian coming into a conference final, bowling to Anthony Bramble. You mentioned the experience and the caliber of that this man Anthony Bramble has, and Atinja Subramanian, for 4 balls, has managed to tame the beast.
Yeah, Matt, don't take my heat too seriously. I'm just envious that you're so young. What I would do to be 14 again. Straight over cover. Straight over cover. Don't bother running. Subramaniam won't mind that too much. It's just an excellent cricket shot. An excellent awareness from Bramble.
Yeah, that offside field was all in the circle, so realizing he can flash at that one. Got the elevation just to take it over the infield, and that's all you need on this outfield. It'll roll away for 4. So Bramble continues 33 off 15 deliveries.
Slower delivery. Mid-off up in the circle. Mid-off with a chance, and mid-off completes the catch. What a big wicket for the New Jersey Stallions. Ridwan Palash taking a really good catch running back. And after being struck for the boundary, Subramaniam comes back in a huge way. He's got the big wicket.
Yeah, massive wicket. Anthony Bramble looking to go big again, looking to clear the infield again. This time, though, a very, very good catch by Ridwan Palash running back. And the first wicket goes down, 39 for 1.
At the end of 4 overs, the New Jersey Stallions have scored 39 runs with a loss of 1 wicket.
My son is so soft-spoken. Oh, yeah. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
But I think, Matt, after our commentary careers, we got maybe a job as a coach because we both predicted it right. Jonathan Carter, in just his 2nd game this season, comes out to the middle at number 3 in a position where he's batted pretty much throughout his career for the Barbados Tridents, the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. He's played so much T20 cricket in his career, and he needs to go big. Always hard to get your rhythm, having just played 2 matches. This was the wicket and what's brought him here to the crease. Subramaniam, it's all about that length, Matthew Aichibar.
Yeah, it really is. And then getting some work, getting some help there by the substitute fielder, Ridwan Palash. Dismissing Anthony Bramble, not happy with that at all. But it seems like the sensible choice to bring in Jonathan Carter, a player with his experience. You bring these international players in for a reason. And that is so they can help you win games, help you out of pressure situations like this, as Nasir Hussain. Speaking of players with international experience, this man has got plenty of it for Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's a chess match out in the middle. Aaron Jones, realizing a left-hander there in the middle, he straight away is going to his off-spin option. Ball spinning away from Carter will be harder to hit. Oh, look at that. How is that? I thought it was a very good shout. Kept low as well. And Nasser Hussein is someone that bowls very slow. So Jonathan Carter will have to create his own power. His first two deliveries are first two dots. Finally will get off the mark. Jonathan Carter.
Tidy start from Nasser Hussein. As long as they're not rolling into the boundary or flying over the rope, it won't be any harm for the Atlanta Fire, given that the Stallions need over 11 and over. And Anthony Bramble is back in the hut.
Well, many will remember for Jonathan Carter that brilliant 100 he scored in the Champions League back in 2014. Yes, it's a long time ago, over 8 years ago. Carter at the non-strikers end now. Oh, wow. Look at that. Very plumb and very out. The pace deceiving Dominic Ricky. It just took so long to get to him. He played so early and all around it. And after such a good start, things have gone from bad to worse.
Again, maybe getting a job as a coach, Nikhil, saying that Nasser Hussein, very slow bowler, and Dominic Ricky on that occasion, it took an eternity to arrive. Mistiming poorly. Looking to maneuver that one, play one of those innovative shots. Good shout, and in the end, it's led to Ricky's demise.
Hamilton knew it straight away. The only question would have been, where was the impact? And the umpire saying the impact was in line. He's gone for just 4. They lose their second now, 40 for 2. Both openers have come and gone in quick succession. And it brings the youngster Sateja Mukamala, just 18 years old. Already he's played 4-1 internationals for the USA. Boy, is he seriously talented. One of the best in terms of those youngsters coming out of this minor league. 666 runs across the 2 seasons, 268 in the 11 times he's batted this year.
Yeah, and Saiteja Mukamala is always a player that throughout the years has been known for performing well above his age. You can see throughout the youth levels, he would be probably around my age playing under 19 cricket and be very successful at it. So Saiteja Mukamala, very good player, has done extremely well at all the youth levels and now at senior level. The last 2 years of minor league, has moved on to the US national side as well. He's come a long way, Saiteja Mukamala.
Matt, I know that he's a youngster, but he's really have to play a big innings here for his Stallions. You look at the reason he's here in the middle, and it was all about the lack of pace from Nasser Hussein, just completely deceiving Dominic Ricky. Look how slow it gets to him. He played the shot so early, and in the end, in line, easy decision for Vijay Mallela. So 1 delivery remaining in the 5th over, and all of a sudden that run rate, which was well past 11 and over, because of 2 tight ones, which have both brought wickets, they've pulled things back very well. Height may have been the problem. Another dot, a superb start for the international Hussein. Just 2 runs and a wicket, 41 for 2. Well, they've been expensive. Corner Dry's gone for 13, but it's been all about the 2 that just bowled the last 2 overs. Atinja Subramania, 1 for 6. Nasser Hussein, 1 for 2. Excellent to come back after some power hitting. See the youngster Mukamala. Misfield. They will come back for 2. So you look at that last over. Atinja Subramanian. He went to that hard length, wide outside the off stump to prize the wicket of Anthony Bramble. Here it was again. It's the wicket that sort of steered momentum back into the favor. It's a very hard length to hit over the top. A good running catch taken by Palash, but it's a length that he's tried to operate on pretty much throughout the season. This young man, Sateja Mukamala, he's so easy on the eye. Such an exquisite time of the cricket ball. Matthew Aichibar, it's a real pity that the USA weren't at the last Under-19 World Cup in the West Indies, because I think Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Sateja Mukamala, the world needs to see them on a bigger stage.
Yeah, and it's really a shame, because it would have shown how well minor league has really helped develop the youngsters. You look at Krishnamurthy, Mukamala, Atinja Subramanian bowling right now, Rahul Jariwala, and even some new faces. You see players like Danish Patel coming on the scene just this year. Lots of work being done in the youth development here.
Saw a spinner from your side of the world, Thirumela, who's very impressive. You look at Yasser Mohammed, who's playing for the USA.
Ritwik Behera as well.
Another change of pace from Subramanian. This is impressive. He has struggled this season. And you will be very happy with this start so far. You look at the fact that he's only picked up 12 wickets this season. He's been on the higher side in terms of his average, averaging 24. But when he has got it right, at times for this Fire team, he's been a dangerous threat for them. They're timing the ball well, these two in the middle, but they haven't been able to find the boundary. That's been the problem for the New Jersey Stallions, and all of a sudden the asking rate has gone past 11.5 runs per over.
Yeah, the Atlanta Fire have really clawed themselves back into this game, getting the wickets of Bramble and Dominic Rickey, really putting a hold on the Stallions' innings. And as you mentioned, you haven't seen a boundary in a bit of a few overs.
I still think, though, you have to be smart if you're this partnership. You don't want to go all guns blazing. Jonathan Carter's experience, he'll want to take the game as deep as possible. Again, going to that length delivery, but wide. Very hard to score. You want to force the batters to hit into that big square boundary. You have protection in the deep. This is good bowling so far and good execution of their plans for the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, and Atinja Subramanian is a very consistent bowler. He always knows his areas he wants to hit. He always knows his field, and he sticks to that plan. Doesn't try to do anything out of the ordinary or anything funky. Very consistent bowler is Atinja Subramanian, which is always good to see from a youngster. Good maturity and good awareness.
I watched him at the beginning of this season in the nets in Atlanta. The seam that he was able to utilize. Slower delivery. Jonathan Carter says thank you very much. Mid on up in the circle. He's an international player. He's going to be very important in this run chase. A good way to end the power play. 50 from it. 50 for 2. Well, he's very experienced. He's got a T20 100 in the Champions League. It was 8 years ago, but he's played at a very high level for the West Indies. Over 33 one-day internationals for Jonathan Carter. And well, just 4 options used so far for Aaron Jones. 2 spinners, 2 seamers. Haven't seen Everard Dyer into the attack as yet. You will have to come in at some stage. You have to utilize those 5 options. So Nasser Hussain, with all of his international experience, a man has played at the highest level for Bangladesh. Delicately placed by Mukamala. He will get runs for this. Rishi Pandey is quick. He saves it to just... Actually, no, comes back for 3. Carter wanting the strike. And Nasser Hussain will be, after taking that early wicket, will look to find another wicket. They want this matchup. Aaron Jones wants the off spinner to pull to that left-hander. And you have internationals out in the middle. You also have international players joining me in the commentary box. Liam Plunkett, former England international, and of course World Cup winner from 2019. Liam, what a pleasure it is to have you in the commentary box.
Thanks for having me, mate. I'm not sure I'm going to live up to the expectation of the youngsters before me, but pleasure to be here.
Fantastic. We want to really pick your brains in terms of experience, especially in these high pressure situations like we're experiencing here. Oh, that's a good shout. That is a good shout, and the finger goes up. Jonathan Carter, he can't believe it. And it's a third all of a sudden. In the last 2 overs, it's been a capitulation for the New Jersey Stallions.
It's a big wicket for Nasser. I played with him in Bangladesh for the Select Sixers. Very crafty cricketer, a lot of experience. Obviously they've lost a big player, but they've gained another experienced player here. A big wicket of Jonathan Carter obviously can change the game, an international player himself. So that's another big wicket. They're behind the ball here. They're going to need someone to come in and have a great innings, score quick 75 off 25 or do something special here.
Well, Jonathan Carter, short stay at the crease comes to an end. He's gone for 6. The Atlanta Fire on top, 53 for 3. Paul Palmer, one first-class cricketer, replaces another. He's played a lot of games at the highest level for Jamaica, the Jamaica Scorpions. Has been in the runs as well earlier this year, but he has been a bit inconsistent this season. Paul Palmer, 315 runs. He'll need much more than the 24 average that he possesses. Liam, you look at the situation, 53 now for 3 after that scintillating start. You were 33 after the first 2 overs. You're chasing 210. How do you get your team, if you're Jasdeep Singh, up for the occasion, the rest of those that have to come?
I think you need to be up for the occasion. If you're not up for the occasion, you shouldn't be playing with these guys, but this is a massive partnership. These guys need to obviously knock it around, not take too long, and then hopefully strike literally from the 10th over. They need to go.
Well, they brought in Carter to sort of lengthen that batting line. They do have Raymond Ramachan, they do have Jasdeep Singh. This is the why Paul Palmer's here.
Yeah, maybe this is the guy who can take the bull by the horns, score quick 50 and put them back in contention.
Yeah, very fine from Palmer. You will get off the mark. There's a slowish outfield now with the dew coming into play. That dew factor, we know you've played your cricket this season for the Philadelphians, but we've had those night games here at Church Street Park. With all of your experience playing all over the world, how big of a factor is it really on teams who have to bowl second and bowl in the dew?
Yeah, it is tricky, especially for a spinner to get grip on the ball when it's sliding on off the wicket. It is an advantage for the batting team, but when the batting team will get runs first innings, get 210, the pressure then changes onto the second innings team.
Excellently bowled, just be a single. You look at why you have international experience, Liam. Nasser Hossain, you don't expect many spinners to bowl this well, especially at this time of the day. As you just said, the ball being very hard to grip, but it tells you of yourself, some other Jonathan Carter, Hossain, Aaron Jones, having the international players to go to.
Yeah, it does. I know that Nasser's played a lot in the Bangladesh leagues, and he's opened the ball in under the lights. He's used to these conditions. It gets very dewy in Bangladesh on the evening, so he's played in these conditions, and it shows today. He's been very skillful, picked up 2 crucial wickets, and he'll be looking to add in a few more.
Yeah, some replacement when you are able to replace Raheem Cornwall and bring someone with this much experience around the wicket now. Oh, very slow. Excellent bowling to close the over off. It's just going to be 6 runs conceded and the wicket as well. End of 7, 56 for 3. Well, Satija Mukumala, the youngster, young 18 years old, he's going to have to play a big innings for his team. They do have some batting to come, but you think with mainly power hitters, Singh, Ramratan and Daron Davis, they will need a partnership here.
To be honest with you, it's going to be an amazing partnership. This is a big total from now. A lot of the main players are out, but I've worked a lot with Sai in the winter in Houston. He's a very good talent, so maybe this is time where he just, as I said, scores a quick 70, does something special and puts his name out there for everyone to see.
Well, those Red Towers were competing, but now, since the first wicket went down in that 4th over, it's been all the Atlanta Fire. You said something very interesting there, Liam Plunkett. You said you worked with Satija Mukumala. A lot of people have seen you playing for the Philadelphians, but they don't know some of the work you've done behind the scenes. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, it's been really good. I mean, a part of my role is to help the guys come through, to give them some of my experience in terms of game situations and maybe help them technical. We've had a few good camps in Houston before the minor league start with all the major league guys. It's been good competitive cricket, good nets, and it's just nice for me to see these youngsters come through.
Jay Pathat into the attack. We've seen Atinja Subramaniam. I don't know how much you've worked with him, but can you touch on the fast bowling depth that you have in this country in terms of the youngsters especially that you've seen?
Yeah, I have. In Houston, there's a lot of, through these camps, a lot of good young fast bowlers. And they get to play with all these good players from international class now. They get to bowl against international class batsmen, so they're going to improve over time. The guys who get better, obviously, we're going to come major league next year and hopefully step up to play for USA. But they've been thrown in the deep end to play against international players so early on in their career.
You've got to love the rule by the MLC to have one under-19 and one under-21 player in your 11 every single game. No ball signal. It's going to be 4 as well. Very fine from Sateja Mukamala, just using the pace, opening the face and getting a bonus delivery as well.
Open the face and a nice thick edge to help him there with a no ball. Free hit.
Yeah, well, delicate, very delicate. Mukamala is a very skillful player. He just spoke to me. He really struggled with the heavy outfields, being, you know, obviously only 18 years old, not known for hitting those big sixes. His strike rate has only been 96 this season, but it's something he wants to work on. He's shown us glimpses, a couple of innings that he's played, one against the Cavaliers where he struck at over 120. Then just last week, 53 from 41, struck at 129. So it's good to see a young player thinking the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Me playing my first season minor league on the East Coast, them outfields can be long, but his crucial partnerships with guys who strike the ball is massive.
Free hit delivery. Yes, yes, Mukamala, I just said, not known for his six hitting, but wow, he timed it so well. Effortless from the 18-year-old.
I think you're spot on there. He's waited for the ball lovely. He didn't try to overhit it, and it was a free hit. A lot of people lean back and try to swing through it, and the head goes into the sky, but he waited for that nicely, and that's obviously the strength of his through there. Timed the ball beautifully for 6 runs.
Yeah, man, I keep talking about this young man, Sateja Mukamala. He's just so talented. I think definitely up there with one of the best in this country, and I think credit to the USA setup as well for giving him that international experience. He's played 4-1 internationals, was part of that team that just traveled to Scotland as well.
That's a massive achievement, and I was so happy for him to get that call up. If you're good enough, you're old enough, so it's good to see him here. Hopefully he bats through the innings and put a big total on.
Much better delivery from Jay Pathat. It's part-time option for the Atlanta Fire, but I think Aaron Jones may just fear that do come into play. We'll want to try to maximize his seamers. Pathat hasn't bowled that many overs in this tournament. We do know that the forecast predicts some rain to come in, so all of those things will be playing on the mind of Aaron Jones.
I think what they're doing now is perfect. Keep taking wickets, keep putting pressure on them. So it's a big total to get, so the pressure's surely on the batsmen. They need to make the big plays here. And as I said, it's a big total. You keep picking wickets up, and that total looks further and further away.
Straight to extra cover. Sateja Mukamala, well, he so far has done well. Liam Plunkett alongside me, if you're now joining us, the World Cup winner for England. That 2019 World Cup final, Liam, was truly probably the craziest cricket game I've ever seen. And I've seen some in my time. Just talk to us about the experience of playing in a game like that. I mean, what is the emotion like?
You know, I was very fortunate that I played for England over a 10-year period. We got beat in the T20 World Cup final, so I went through the emotions of playing in big World Cup games. The 4 years leading up to that 2019 World Cup, the team was awesome. We had a lot of experienced players, and we got to #1 in the world, so we're used to playing good, solid cricket. And when it did come to the World Cup, without being like too arrogant and stuff, the guys are very confident. It wasn't confidence where they go out and just think they'd win. They do all the little 1%ers to be the best. When it came to that World Cup, the guys did believe that we could win it. And that finals day was a bit of a blur, to be honest with you. But it
does well on that fine leg in the circle to just keep it to 1. We'll get back to that in the next over. End of 8, 70 for 3.
He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your trousseau, the 2022 Tundra. Toyota, let's go places.
Whoever you are, on the field, the dream is what drives us. Gear up for your dreams. Shop now at dreamcricketstore.com.
Well, if you're now joining us, 8 overs completed. They need 211 if the Stallions want to get back to the final for the second year running. Alongside me, Liam Plunkett, the former World Cup winner, of course, for England. 22 T20 internationals, 89 one-day internationals, Liam. Really is a true pleasure not only to have you on commentary, but have you with all of your experience impacting the game of cricket in the United States. Stephen Taylor into the attack. You were making the point earlier in the previous over about just the overall emotion you felt on that finals day.
Yeah, you know what, you got to approach it like a game of cricket. You've been playing it all your life and you enjoy it. So when you come to them finals days, trying to keep your emotions in check or use them emotions to enjoy the game. At the end, everyone's going to be nervous, so use them in a good way, use them to give you energy. I think that the team that keeps the emotions in check are the guys that are the most successful. The best players in the world get nerves, but it's how they use them.
Spot on, the man that's played at the highest level. And I mean, you look at players like Liam Plunkett, Dane Pete, Corey Anderson. I think that is one of the main reasons why the game in the United States is growing so rapidly, Liam. I don't know if you agree, but just having you guys and your experience to influence some of these youngsters, it's made a huge difference from my observations at least.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, part of my appeal to come here was to help the youngsters come through. I watched the finals there on Willow last year on TV, and it's obviously great to be here now. I wasn't too sure what to expect of the standard, but it surprised me. Some great cricketers here.
And that's the one thing I tend to tell people, that people back in the Caribbean and other places of the world, they don't think the standard is very high, but when you come in and witness it for yourself, you see things like this and you really are surprised.
Yeah, I am. I know there's a lot of players. I recognise a lot of names when I was on the other side of the pond. I think it now for the youngsters being involved in this, it's just the match awareness, learning to read different situations, and that's how they improve on their game.
Very good shout on the back foot. The finger goes up. Paul Palmer has got to go, and Stephen Taylor knew it straight away. The Atlanta Fire are well on their way to victory here. They've taken their 4th.
It'd be interesting to see this decision from here. I know we're quite far away, but it might be a little bit high. But then again, I'm not an umpire, so let's see.
Liam Plunkett with the umpire's cap on. Ooh. Tell us about that one, Liam, with all of your experience.
Maybe clipping. Maybe umpire's call bails.
No, he's taking the easy way out.
Over the top, I'm going with it.
Oh, wow, he's made a decision. Palmer, though, has got to go. Gone for 6. The score 72 now for 4. So Paul Palmer will be disappointed with that. The New Jersey Stallions in some deep trouble at the moment. And to the middle now, Daron Davis, who's known for his power hitting ability, known for the ability to finish the innings off, but he's got to sort of back out of his comfort zone because he's got to really spend some time at the crease. You think it's really now or never for the Stallions.
He does, but he can't take too long. For me, at this point, you've got to back yourself. If all of a sudden you hit the first few, get a few clean strikes, make yourself feel good at the crease, then you continue. We've seen situations like this before where someone has, as we mentioned before, someone could blast a quick 70, and that's what's needed here. You've got to go from early on.
You're going to hate me for it, but maybe someone like Carlos Brathwaite, what he did in that 2016 final.
Yeah.
The wicket again, Liam Plunkett put on the umpire's cap.
I think it's just sliding over the top.
Ooh. I'm just putting you on the spot. At the end of the day, the umpire's decision is final.
Yeah.
Stephen Taylor, though, it's an interesting angle he's utilizing around the wicket.
I mean, he was far back in his crease, but it looked pretty high, but the decision's gone, it was out, so then the guys have got to move on.
These two know each other well. Davis would have played for the West Indies under-19 team back in that 2012 World Cup with Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies Test captain, John Campbell, who's the West Indies Test opener. So he is experienced at this level. A couple of CPL games for the St. Lucia Zooks as well. But again, Stephen Taylor getting some purchases, a good way to close out the over. Another successful one for the Atlanta Fire. End of 9, 72 for 4. Let's go down to Paxton Elrod.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I'm down here with Anthony Bramble, New Jersey Stallions. You managed to get your team off to a great start. 30 runs, 16 balls. What do you need to see from your team in order to win this match?
Yeah, it was a good start for me, but it would have been nice if I could have continued and take my team over the line. I think we need to score at a good tempo to really give ourselves a chance to really win this game and finish off this game. Yeah.
Perfect. So you have played in front of fans from all over. What is it like playing in front of a crowd like this on grounds like this in the United States?
Yeah, this is a lovely venue here in Morrisville. I must say it's a well turned out crowd here. It's nice to play in front of some fans. It's good on here to really have the supporters backing you in this league. Yes, it's a lovely minor league tournament. Must give credit to the organizer to really put this tournament together.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Paxton, and thank you, Anthony Bramble. Well, you really brought the aggression to the innings early on, and now you can see you can't fault him. He's definitely on the subdued side of things, and his team is in some trouble and facing elimination.
Yeah, definitely. An aggressive player. Not a very aggressive interviewer, but he's obviously in a tough position. Obviously, his team's in the average position here, but you can see why he's obviously upset about it. But he's right. It's nice for the guys to play and a great facility with some good crowd here.
Liam, we're coming to the end of our stint. I know we've talked at length of Sateja Mukamala, but this experience of him, even if they don't get over the line today, the fact that he's been able to be in these high-pressure situations, not only for him, what does it do for youngsters playing in this league?
I think it'll just show him that no matter what the environment is, who you're playing against, at the end of the day, it's a ball, it's not the bowler. You've got to face that. So you're playing against the highest talent in the USA, the minor league, with these crowds, the added pressure. So he'll know that he can step on any pitch now, hopefully when he plays for USA, and perform.
Jay Pathat, first over was on the expensive side, went for 14 runs, trusted again by Aaron Jones. Down the track, has he got enough on it? Long off, under it. Emilio Ponzo doesn't complete the catch, opts to play the safe route.
Yeah, for me at this point, you got to dive, you got to have a go at that. As you say, you'll never know. You got to dive forward, give the youngster, well, we're trying to get him out. He's the guy who's in here, he looks in form. Give it a risk and try and dive, make that spectacular catch and put them 5 down, put them under more pressure.
Well, a big let off for Sateja Mukamala. It could have been a 5th wicket for New Jersey Stallions had that been taken. All of a sudden the run rate is now dipped to under 8 and over. Good shot, but may have just pitched outside leg. Jay Pathat though, it's been interesting to see the way he's developed as a bowler. Don't know him as a real seam option, but last weekend against the Yorkers on that synthetic surface, he bowled a lot of these cutters into the pitch. Here again today is using that route of delivery, definitely pitching outside leg.
Yeah, Guy, he's not the quickest, so he needs to use his skills. As you said last week, he bowled nicely, mixing up his cutters, and same against here. Give a chance there, could have been a wicket, another LBW appeal, but as you said, pitched outside leg. It's useful to have guys who can come in and fill these ovals up and pick wickets up.
I know we mentioned the fact that we have previously mentioned that the fact that the MLC is working to get turf surfaces all around the country, but your home ground for the Philadelphians is on that synthetic surface. Get back to the Arthur's delivery. Over extra cover. Glorious from Sateja Mukamala. Corner dry, doing well to run around, keep it to 2. The fact that you play in Philadelphia, what was sort of the transition like coming from England where you've just played on turf all your career?
Yeah, obviously I played my first game here at Morrisville and it was beautiful. We played 3 games back to back, and then obviously going down to the East Coast, the facilities are not quite there yet. The atmosphere, the grounds have been amazing. As you said, it's an AstroTurf and the run-ups are not as good as here, so it does take some adjustment. Being in England or being from India or South Africa, you grow up on beautiful pitches, so it's just going to take time.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the disparity in terms of batting strike rates. People think that matting is, it's easy to score on, but it's actually been tough, especially with those cutters They've been on the slower side. Liam, it's been a real pleasure. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
End of 10, 79 for 4.
Turnovers up. Indiana 79 runs with a loss of 4 wickets. And batting for the New Jersey Stallions.
Well, the Atlanta Fire, they've been all over the New Jersey Stallions here at Church Street Park under the lights. Again, maybe that expensive start for Cornet Drive, but since then, it's just been all things moving in the right direction for the Atlanta Fire, keeping the New Jersey Stallions well under that worm. As you see there, again, wickets falling in regular intervals. And then the worms just plateauing.
Somebody got to come balance.
And the Atlanta Fire putting up 210 in the first innings. You knew it was always going to be a big ask for the New Jersey Stallions. And once you start to lose those early wickets, it's just never going to be easy for the New Jersey Stallions. Saite Jamukamala, though, still out there in the middle, trying to carry his team to that 20-over mark. As he pushes this one straight back down the ground, he's taking on another USA national team player in Stephen Taylor. And Saite Jamukamala would have grown up idolizing Stephen Taylor, coming up through the under-19 circuit and playing for the USA. I'm Aman Patel. I'm joined by Peter Della Penna once again. Again, Peter, you would have seen a lot of Saite Jamukamala, a lot of Stephen Taylor, two of the USA finest.
Got it. Wait. No, stop.
Just a change in the field here before Darren Davis faces the next ball from Taylor.
Well, use of the feet, and he's opened up the stump. Stephen Taylor, it goes crashing onto it. Daron Davis just tried to go back down the ground, and stone cold from Stephen Taylor. Crashed on the middle stump, and that's the end of the 5th wicket for the New Jersey Stallions.
He's such a handful. Has bowls from an awkward angle for an off spinner, and he just gets some deliveries to turn sharply and some to just skid on. And there it is, the arm ball. This one just goes straight on. And that's the end of Darren Davis. Out for 1. And now the Stallions 80 for 5 in the 11th.
So Ravens, this guy who just came out to bat, his parents and his family go along with the fence next to the Seattle Tower on not the church, so on the other side. There's a Trinidad and Tobago flag that's got to sit where they are.
Well, it's Raymond Umratan, a common name here at Church Street Park, that's going to come out and join Saite Jamukamala. A new role for Raymond this season. Last year was more in that number 4 area, but this season sent lower down the order, being put in that big hitting role. We need a lot of big shots, and I think the message might now just be to carry it to 20 overs. No point to do that, though. Raymond Umratan, I say you swing to the fences and see what you can put out for the New Jersey Stallions. See if you can get anywhere close to that total. This one in the air for a moment. It's caught Saite Jamukamala on the shoe.
Said it last week. These two guys do a lot of batting together. First, we'll see the wicket of Taylor. Again, that one just skids on, and Jamar Hamilton, this time striking the pose afterwards. There's Jamar Hamilton, just striking the pose, pointing at the stumps.
Well, this one in the air over the top of extra cover from Saite Jamukamala. They'll come back for 2.
But these two, yeah, they're both products of the Dream Cricket Academy in Somerset, New Jersey. Ray Ramratan and Sai Mukamala. Ray's based in Jersey City. That's where his family is, close to New York City on the Jersey side of the Hudson River. And Sai is closer to Edison and Plainsboro.
as it's pushed into the leg side, and they're just settled for one at the end of the 11th over. It's 84 for the loss of 5.
He's so soft-spoken. Everyone says he's so good-looking, and he never forgets to call.
Hi, Mom. Born for your true self. The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save. Because rewards come first.
Welcome you back to Church Street Park. And the New Jersey Stallions, they're 84 for 5. And again, it just feels like it's too far gone. They land a fire. All but a certainty now that they'll join the Seattle Thunderbolts in tomorrow's final. And it'll be all new affair. 2 new sides into the final. Last year, of course, featured the Silicon Valley Strikers and the New Jersey Stallions. This year looks to feature the Seattle Thunderbolts and the Atlanta Fire, barring some miracle, and it'd have to be off the bat of Saiteja Mukamala.
Here's Everoy Dyer coming into the attack. It's been a mainstay for the Atlanta Fire. 26 wickets across the 2 seasons.
Well, starts with a big wide, and what an athletic effort from Jamar Hamilton, who also gives his bowler a stare down, but a one-handed grab that saved a definite 4 runs and 5 wides.
Here you see Sai Mukamala on screen. I was saying before, Sai Mukamala is in Plainsboro, and Edison and Ray Ramberton is up in Jersey City. So those are about 90 minutes apart, and that tells you kind of the wide-ranging reach that the Dream Cricket Academy has, that they draw from, because it's one of the few academies that's available in New Jersey. So you get players from all over the state coming to train there, get this opportunity.
Well, this one just looked to heave it over the leg side, but a little bit of extra bounce on Saiteja Mukamala, just able to push it to the edge of the pitch. And Peter, I do want to ask you this, is it almost feels like now the Stallions are just trying to play for pride and just trying to cruise their way to finish out this conference final. Again, that wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, our corporate sponsors, Toyota, Dafa News, and Sunoco. And Peter, you know, I just don't want to see the Stallions get in a trap where they feel like they just have to finish 20 overs. I'd rather see them go for everything, but this one looks full straight, and it looks like it went straight onto the toes of Raymond and Run. Didn't look like there was any doubt from here, and he's got to walk off. Everoy Dyer strikes in just his 3rd delivery.
Well, this is a toe crusher. Right on the toes. And the only doubt was whether or not it was going to miss leg stump, but he was hit basically in front of middle and leg, and deep enough in the crease that umpire Rushane Samuels felt was good enough to give it out LBW. So Ray Ramberton out for 1, and the score now 86 for 6.
Well, the end of Raymond Ramratan will bring out the captain Jesse Singh as he'll join Saiteja Mukamala out in the middle.
Got to remember that the Atlanta Fire scored 77 off their last 5 overs, so you can score quickly late as Jesse Singh comes out to bat. Problem is, when the Atlanta Fire scored 77 off the last 5 overs, they were only 4 wickets down. You had Aaron Jones going bonkers, turned the Atlanta Fire into the Atlanta Inferno.
Well, consistently at Church Street Park, there's always one bat that bats through if you want that big score and you don't lose wickets and hold on to them heading into that last 5. We've seen teams accelerate quite consistently here under the lights at Church Street Park. And again, if you hold wickets in hand and you have one bat that's batted for a good part of the innings, it always ends up being in your best interest and you're able to put up a mammoth total.
The problem for the Stallions is they're running out of wickets. They're perfectly capable of scoring 50, 60, 70 in the last 5, as again you see this one nail Ramberton in the toe and Rushane Samuels gives it out. LBW raising the finger. The problem is that's not really Sai Mukamala's game. He's somebody who's more of a touch player. He's not really somebody you're expecting to power lots and lots of sixes. Jesse Singh is capable of doing that, but can he last long enough?
Well, this one's in the air. It's away from the fielder. He split the gap in the infield. And he's going to find 4 runs. Jesse Singh, he gets off the mark in that fashion with just a slap back down the ground. You mentioned it. It's his game to hit shots back down the ground. Well, he does so straight away.
He's somebody who bats lower down the order for USA, 9, 10, 11, but in franchise cricket, he's more of an all-rounder. And he's showcasing it with this flat bat whack. It's more of a tennis backhand from Jesse Singh.
This time tries to do it again, but only going to pick out the fielder. Quick single attempted and quick single gotten. Again, going to need every single run there if you're the New Jersey Stallions, but I like the intent straight away from Jesse Singh and Saiteja Mukamala.
Again, required run rate, 14.69 now. The Fire scored 77 off their last 5, so they went at better than 15 and over for the last 5 overs. Difference, though, is that the Stallions are going to have to do that for 8+ overs. Can they do that scoring rate for a much longer stretch than the Fire did? That's the uphill task they've got in their hands right now.
Well, this one, inner half of the bat, is going to go through to fine leg. It's going to be 4 runs. You'll take them any way they come. Bit of fortune for Saiteja Mukamala as it evades his stumps, but it's going to be 4 runs to end this over. Again, you just take a look at it.
Oh, this is coming right towards us. I thought this was going to crash into leg stump, but it just goes wide. And it comes towards us in the broadcast booth at the final leg rope. So 95 for 6 after 12.
Well, again, the New Jersey Stallions more than capable of scoring big. We saw Anthony Bramble started off early, but since then, no scores to speak of. Dominic Rickey, 4 from 9. Jonathan Carter, 6 from 8. Saiteja Mukamala has moved to 33 now, but Paul Palmer just 6. Jerome Davis just 1. And Raymond Ramratin just 1 as well. And that's the key. You just didn't have that other bat, and you kept losing those wickets. But the run rate, the worm chart, just starting to move up a bit. But it's going to need to do a heck of a lot more in these next couple of overs if the Stallions want any chance of that final tomorrow.
It's at 77 off the last 5, but again, yeah, the last 4 in particular where they really went crazy, the Atlanta Fire. As Amila Aponzo comes back into the attack, former Sri Lankan international.
Just pushed back down the ground to get Saiteja Mukamala on strike. And you mentioned not quite Saiteja's game to go yard, as they say, to go and hammer the ball down the ground. He's more of a touch player, more of a timer of the ball. But different situations call for different styles of play. And for Saiteja Mukamala, you're going to need to do something special, maybe something a little bit out of your comfort zone. Can the young man find it in him? Gets a low full toss, he squeezes away, and again, you'll see a couple of loose deliveries from the spinners as the dew continues to settle. It's hard to grip as you get later into the day.
And this is why you want to be chasing if you're in this situation, because the bowlers do have such a hard time gripping the ball. You get a lot more loose deliveries. You can see him really trying to wipe his hands along his jersey.
Strays down the leg side that, but only on to the pads. Jesse Singh, just a single again. The Fire won't mind this. They won't mind the singles. They know that the Stallions have to deal in boundaries, have to consistently get those. Again, they need almost 15 runs and over. So it's going to take something special off the bats of Saiteja Mukamala, the man on screen, and his captain at the non-strikers end, Jesse Singh. And he's bowled. Saiteja Mukamala was too quick on him for him to go back and cut. No room to do so. And he's opened up middle stump, and he's crashed on. Emilio Ponzo strikes, and the young man is going to be disappointed. A valiant effort, though, comes to an end.
What does happen for the spinners when the dew sets in is you get a lot more deliveries that skid on. Less turn and more skid, and that time Saimo Gamal was playing for turn, and instead of just skid straight on, he went back to cut on a ball that pitched on around 4th stump, and instead of turning away and giving him the room for the cut shot, instead it just comes in, cramps him for room, crashes into middle stump. So Saimo Gamal out for 34, and now the Stallions 98 for 7 in the 13th.
Well, Manoj Acharya, he's going to be the man coming out into the middle. And Jesse Singh having just words with him, and I'm just curious. Again, I'm just hoping Jesse Singh is not saying to Manoj, play out 20 overs. Again, I'd rather you go and attempt to chase this thing down. And again, it's your last game of the season either way. Might as well go down swinging. And this one nearly a replica of what we just saw. It was just too close, jams him up for room. Now to Jamar Hamilton.
And this is what will happen for doing. Here's the wicket. Check that, that's actually the delivery to Acharya, and it just skids on. You get a lot more of these kind of arm ball type deliveries.
Well, it's a good over for the New Jersey Stallions. 13 overs gone, 98 for the loss of 7. We had an absolute thriller earlier this morning, but the Atlanta Fire made sure that there isn't anything special in the cards because of the way they've bowled. Cornet Dry was expensive, Jay Patak was expensive, and Everett Dyer in his one over gave up 10 runs but took a wicket. Nasir Hussain took 2 wickets, had an economy of 4. Stephen Taylor, economy of 3.5 with 2 wickets. And just special with the ball were the Atlanta Fire.
All that shows as well, pace off the ball has been successful today. As here's some USA players, some USA women's players. Afia Kazi was in there. Afia Kazi, and it looked like
as this one is pushed away into the offside, and you mentioned Afia Kazi out there, also Mitali Patwardhan, the 2 ladies on your left.
So Mitali is the one with the shirt that says senior. She played for USA Under-19 as part of that group that beat the West Indies Under-19 women 4-1. And Afia Kazi's got the USA Cricket pink hat on. She was part of the USA Women's Regional Squad in Texas.
And how about this? Everett Dyer showing some late movement off of the wicket. And again, good to see this heading into tomorrow, that still a chance for the seamers to get and extract some movement off the wicket.
So anyway, that bowling card, though, what it shows, pace off the ball again today. Pace off the ball has been successful, and you wonder what the Silicon Valley Strikers leadership was thinking. Why did they not give Shehan Jayasuriya more overs when he only conceded 6 runs off of his 2 overs? And if they had bowled more spin, pace off the ball, instead of having Fidel Edwards bowl 4 overs, which were as expensive as they were, pace off the ball has been the trick today to success. And I think if the Strikers are watching this game on reflection, they may regret some of those decisions they made in terms of their bowling strategy.
Manoj Acharya finally gets bat on ball as it goes to the offside. And to that point, actually an interesting observation that you make there. Had a conversation with Joe Hickey, who of course followed Silicon Valley Strikers team all season long, and talk about how they're very formulaic in the way they bowl. They don't really change things up. They don't adapt to situations. They know what they have and they trust what they have. And again, that's why I saw a lot more pace and a lot less of Shehan Jayasuriya. As that one was short and again swung late it back into Jesse Singh, and you see just a little bit of a stunned look on the face of Jesse Singh, fully expecting that one to carry over the wide line.
And you contrast that with what Atlanta Fire have been doing. 7 bowling options used already. Stephen Taylor, Emil Aponzo, Nasir Hussain, the spin options.
Well, right now, Everett Dyer, he's just powering through Like a Toyota Tundra, the way the ball's just been going through. 14 overs gone, 100 for the loss of 7. Oh, the New Jersey Stallions with bat in hand. Again, just not a pleasant tale. Just 2 men into the double digits. They needed that pit stop at Sunoco, and they just never got it, Peter. They were never able to slow down and reassess just because of that scoreboard pressure, and that's led to what you've seen so far.
Yeah, they were going to need to score at 10 and over from the start, and once Bramble got out, it became a Herculean task, especially with the likes of Emil Aponzo being as restrictive as he has with his left arm spin.
We see this one's gone through Jamar Hamilton. Very rarely you'll see one go through Jamar. A bit awkward stumble there from Nasser Hussein as he keeps it from going to the boundary.
Now, I wonder who's been more successful tonight in the Aponzo family, Emila with the ball or his wife selling all those Fire jerseys?
I don't think there's much of a competition just because they're both leaving as winners tonight, and they'll get back to come back tomorrow. I think that's the only thing that they're looking for. Again, without some miracle that unfolds for the New Jersey Stallions, fully expect the finals matchup to be the Atlanta Fire taking on the Seattle Thunderbolts as we crown a new champion in minor league cricket tomorrow. As that one's going to be wide down the leg side. Quick work from Jamar Hamilton, expressive as always, even when he knows the game is well put away.
And Acharya just keeps his back leg down to avoid being stumped. Good work, regardless though, from Jamar Hamilton.
One of the best wicketkeepers to watch, at least from here, in all of minor league. And this one's pushed into the offside and thrown back in from Zain Zayed, who had a good day with the ball, with the bat in hand, as they'll give up 1 on an overthrow.
And Emil Aponzo is giving a dirty look out to Zain Zayed for that relay. Even though this match is pretty much in the bag for the Fire, Emil Aponzo is remaining very, very competitive to the end. He's not happy that extra run's going to go against his figures.
Well, the Atlanta Fire, again, they've just been so dominant. It started with Zain Zayed. There's that intensity you talked about from the very get-go, and Emil Aponzo still showing it here. Firing in these Yorker-length deliveries to Jesse Singh, not giving him an opportunity to get under the ball. Again, should make for a very interesting final tomorrow against Seattle, who just came off an absolute thriller against Silicon Valley. As this one's going to be not out down the leg side. We also have the Atlanta Fire, who's just going to cruise into the final tomorrow. Again, just should make for a very interesting tale. These two teams haven't seen a lot of each other. But think about this, Peter. As this one's pushed back down the ground. Rishi Bhardwaj was part of the Atlanta Fire, now part of the Seattle Thunderbolts. And you also have Akhilesh Bhagadam, part of the Atlanta Fire last year, and now part of the Seattle Thunderbolts. They'll take on each other tomorrow, but that's 15 overs gone. A 108 for the loss of 7.
Just 5 overs remain, and from the looks of things, they'll need some Herculean effort if they're to get home from here, the New Jersey Stallions. Everett Dyer back into the attack. He's bowled well tonight. Interesting though when he's come into the attack, Dane Pete, because I find that Aaron Jones can trust Dyer a bit more. Yes, he's been expensive this season, but I want to see him come into the attack a lot earlier. I think tomorrow he will be very important. You saw Jay Pathak come into the attack as early as the 8th over.
Yeah, for sure, Everett Dyer does, as we say in cricket terms, he slides onto the bat, Nikhil. So that just shows the experience from Aaron Jones, trying to save him maybe for the latter part of the innings, for the middle where he can bang the ball in back of a length, try to bowl the ball into the chest, head region of the batsman. But he's showed a lot of good leadership, shows his international experience, and which is important going to the T20 format.
USA vice captain, Aaron Jones. Bowled him straight at the stumps, bullseye. And Jasdeep Singh, well, looking to do the impossible, was always going to be difficult. The 8th wicket goes down for the Stallions. Jasdeep Singh will be very disappointed. Everett Dyer into the wickets again, second for him.
Yes, that's what Everett Dyer does bring to the team. Bowls a heavy ball. Yet another piece of cricket jargon, but bowls a heavy ball, flicking the back leg of Jasdeep Singh and crashing into the middle and off stump. Nikhil, I will say that we have finalists for tomorrow. The Stallions now are 110 for 8. Jasdeep Singh leaving for 9 of 11 balls. But maybe we have our finalists for tomorrow.
Stephen Wigg comes to the middle, but I think at this stage the game well lost for the Stallions. They just want to bat through the overs to ensure that they get a consolation prize, but it's been all the way of the Atlanta Fire from the very, you think, 15th over when they were 135 batting and they put on 75 runs, 100 partnership between Hamilton and Jones. Meant that they got past the 200 mark, and once they got the wicket of Anthony Bramble, Dane Pete, it was always going to be tough.
Always going to be tough indeed, Nikhil. I think they managed the power play beautifully. Middle Peter, they didn't get stuck a little bit, but picked it up at the back end and found themselves getting 210 on the board, which is always going to be challenging, regardless of the opposition. But the Toyota Minor League has always given enough exposure for everyone to express themselves.
Speaking about expressing themselves, you want to read all about it on Dafa News. Another full delivery from Everett Dyer. Then you look at the way that this game has gone, where Aaron Jones, the captain, lost the toss. Here is the wicket of Jasdeep Singh. Again, just looking to go into the onside and just ricochet off his pad. Now, you look at the way conditions have played tonight. What do you think both Andreas House, and Harmeet Singh from the Thunderbolts, and then Stephen Taylor and Aaron Jones from the Fire will learn from it going into tomorrow's final at a similar time?
Yeah, for sure. It's a game played under lights, as the Americans call it, the fall season, which is starting to come in now. It's getting a bit cooler at night. The dew factor does play a part. Yes, in a high chase like this, it won't play a part with the Fire taking regular wickets at the interval of the game. But with that being said, things will definitely been lent by the likes of Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor in this game. They would have loved to have played this game, win the game, and play against the Thunderbolts tomorrow evening.
Well,
but the likes of Ghosi, Harmeet, Shadley are never going to lie down. They look like a good cricket team, well-knit unit that can definitely get over the line against any opposition.
Nicked and gone. It's a third for Everett Dyer, a real confidence booster for him in the wickets this season. He's been expensive, but this is a really good spell from him, and he's got his third. The Fire have got the 9th.
They've got the ninth indeed, Nikhil. Coming to a slow end here for the Stallions after a fantastic season for them. But Everett Dyer bowling a heavy length. That's a 4-day dismissal. Hitting the outside edge of that SS bat of Stephen Wigg. And unfortunately, his innings coming to an end.
I think he'll be happy with this. Everett Dyer, he's completed his 3-over spell, 3 for 13. Swig gone without scoring, 110 for 9.
Nikhil, it looks like the local Morrisville fans are starting to stream out of the ground and probably saving themselves for tomorrow night's main event. We like to call it the championship game. They call it in American sports, Nikhil.
One can only think what the crowd would have been like had your Morrisville Raptors been in this
Leave
position.
the Morrisville Raptors out of this, Nikhil. Leave the Morrisville Raptors out of this.
But I mean, Dane, you have to think about it.
I'm thinking about it for the last day and a half, Nikhil.
Oh, Lord, I think we would have had 3,000 people here, which I do think we will get tomorrow to come and see this man, because you remember that Canada-USA game where he made 96 from just 54 deliveries, Stephen Taylor? He is a special player and one that loves conditions here. This is the wicket of Dyer. He got 2 in the last over. That was the first. Oh, sorry, the first was of Jesse Singh. That was the second, getting the outside edge of Stephen Wigg. Aponzo for his 4th. Just 1 wicket away now. You think about, we spoke about conditions. One thing I think Aaron Jones can go home and think about, how do they maximize the power play, not as a batting unit? I think they've got that covered. I think they have to be better as a bowling unit, because you look at, they've been expensive. Even today, Anthony Bramble with the onslaught, they got to 50. And if you Andrews House gets off, Dane Pete, I'm sorry, but that fire could get the taste of their own medicine.
Yes, indeed, Nikhil. The pitch is going to be better, and knowing Josie pretty well, you'll like the surface because he's going to slide on to remind him a lot of South Africa. So it's going to be a good challenge for the likes of Corne Dry, Everoy Dyer, Amilo Ponzo, Stephen Taylor. Who else? We have the young Subramanian. So it's going to be a challenge, but it's what team arrives on the day.
Yeah, this beautiful game. Of course, that final coming to you at 5:30 p.m. live on the MLC Network and Willow, of course, thanks to our fantastic corporate sponsors, Toyota, Sunoco, and Daffy News. Sunoco fueling this tournament from the very beginning. It's been fantastic to have them on board. Ponzo's gone very full since he's come in to the attack. And that asking rate has gone to 29. It's probably impossible from here on in with the last pair at the crease. What will the Fire be most impressed with if they had to pick one thing from today?
The form of Jamar Hamilton, in my opinion, Mr. Dolphin Man. He played beautifully today. He batted at a strike rate close to 200. Which for me, if you come in at number 6 and you do that, you always get your team to a desired, or if not slightly more total that you would want to defend. And makes your job easier as a bowling unit, doesn't it, Nikhil?
Dane, you're the specialist. Let me pose this question to you. I'm going to come with a question in the next over on Jamar Hamilton. Very slow from Aponzo. Well, Jamar Hamilton very excited, but he got back with a lot of time to spare. Manoj Acharya, he's just that type of man. Always animated. End of 17 overs, 114 for 9.
That's it, over?
Hamilton asking the question about the run out. Tighter than I expected, but home by pretty convincing margin. Well, the green light on. The green traffic light. Sorry, just a correction for the fans. The final's at 5 p.m., not 5:30 p.m. So do join us 5 p.m. Eastern time. End of 17, 114 for 9. Jamar Hamilton, boy was he special with some scintillating strikes earlier today. 54 it was. The 101 run partnership between Aaron Jones and Hamilton, batted at number 6. Out of sort of his comfort zone where he's batted at 4 all season.
Yeah, he just showed lots of talent, lots of expression, lots of flair, which is well known for the region of the Caribbean, and he's played exceptionally well, hitting the ball in all parts of the ground. Was good to see, especially for a batter coming in at number 6.
The final blow, it's the 4th for Everett Dyer, and it's a finals berth for the Atlanta Fire. Aaron Jones, Jamar Hamilton have led their team well to the promised land, because they're going to be competing for the 2022 Toyota Minor League. A chance to win. What a resounding victory, 96 runs. One that they'll be very proud of. Ended by Dyer, full straight and at the stumps.
That's what they call in American sports a blowout, Nikhil. A fantastic piece of bowling by Everett Dyer, wrapping the team up. As you can see, loads of joy by the Atlanta Fire. I know the pocket of Atlanta Fire supporters will be overjoyed. New Jersey Stallions won't be too happy with their display after having a tremendous season of only losing 2 matches in the regular season. But that man, Stephen Taylor, will be of vital importance to the Atlanta Fire and their onslaught tomorrow. It's going to be a fantastic game. 2 new finalists. And that man shaking hands right there, Aaron Jones. What do you say, Nikhil? He's addicted to runs.
Yes.
He's a run machine.
76 from 46 deliveries. Hamilton 54. The 2 were brilliant, and they will have to be brilliant against a very strong Seattle Thunderbolts team who have had that underdogs tag throughout. But you look at this clinical performance from the Atlanta Fire. First to put 75 runs on in the last 5 overs, carnage. Then to follow it up, taking the wickets of Anthony Bramble. Excellent in the end, and it means that the Fire have come to Morrisville and won by 96 runs. That's not a mistake, that's correct. 96, and Coach Wilden Cornwall Centre of Screen will be very proud of his team, as well as Mohammed Yusuf, the manager.
Yes, he's going to be overjoyed, having known them pretty well. 2 good teammates there, and Jasdeep Singh and Aaron Jones shaking hands. And Nate Hayes out there getting some work done, but everyone will be happy with a fantastic performance. Atlanta Fire extremely happy with the performance. Mrs. Tarek, the owner's mother, shaking hands with the opposition. But look at that, Nikhil. Anything better in world cricket at the moment? Morrisville, North Carolina.
Not much, not much. This is where you want to play all of your cricket. Bring every single game here. The Stallions coming up short today by 96 runs. It was a good start from Bramble and Dominic Ricky. Jonathan Carter struggled. Mukamala, again, the 18-year-old standing out. Unfortunately, though, low scores towards the end means that they come up short, and it's the end of the campaign. What's been dominance from the Stallions. They deserve a lot of credit for the 2 seasons that they've had, but this year coming up short, just 1 game short of that finals. And the Fire, Evroy Dyer, 4 for 13 for him. A man has been under some pressure. He's been expensive.
Yeah, really expensive. Corner dry 2, going at 13 runs and over. You would want to put in a better performance tomorrow. But if you look down, everyone's contributed. Nasir Hussain, 2 for 8 in 2 overs. Stephen Taylor, 2. But the standout bowler, 3.1 overs, 4 for 13. Evroy Dyer has caught a bit of tap all season. But to put your hand up in a playoff game like he did, it's going to put him in good stead for tomorrow. Again, 3.1 overs, 4 for 13.
Well, he was a standout. This Fire team will be very happy with this performance. They'll go in with their tails wagging into that final tomorrow at 5 p.m. 210 it was they posted, restricting the Stallions to 114 in this semi-final. But it was just dominance from the Fire. It started well, though. The Stallions, they went to 33 after the first 2 overs, and it was because of some powerful strokes from Anthony Bramble. The man from Guyana, very powerful striker of the ball. Used the fielding restrictions well. Went back down the ground a couple of times. That was a big one against Cornet Dry. Dominic Ricky, he's so good at Church Street Park, averages over 30 here. But that was the wicket that you think just set the Stallions back. Ateen Subramaniam, the youngster producing, getting the wicket at Bramble. Then in the very next over, Hussain, with all of his international experience, very slow, tricking Dominic Ricky. Jonathan Carter came and then went. Nasser Hussain again, as he so often does, to the left-hander. So aggressive. Jay Fathat bowled his cutters into the attack. Did go the distance though. Sateja Mukamala played some glorious shots. This young man has got a lot of talent. That was the wicket of Paul Palmer. Thought it may have just been high, but umpire Vijay Malela opting for the wicket. Daron Davis was the next to follow. Evroy Dyer, though, came into the attack and picked up 4 wickets. And he bowled extremely well. A couple of good strokes from Jasdeep Singh, but then Mukamala had to go. Amila Ponzo just getting one to keep a bit low. May have been the arm ball. Evroy Dyer then 2 wickets in and over. First Jasdeep Singh, then Stephen Wigg. nicking one. Jamar Hamilton made no mistake. A real confidence booster for Everett Dyer. Through the gate for his fourth. Getting the wicket of Preet Shah for the final. And it means that the Atlanta Fire are marching into tomorrow's finale, looking to win and be the first-time winners of this 2022 Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship. They win by 96 runs, helped by Aaron Jones, Jamar Hamilton with 250s, and Everett Dyer with 4 for 13. Let's go down to Patson Elrod for the closing ceremony.
Welcome to the Atlantic Conference Final post-match presentation for the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship presented by Sunoco. First off, I want to invite Jesse Singh of the New Jersey Stallions up. Out of 26 teams, your team was one of 4 to make it here. You all put up an incredible fight. What can your team take from this experience?
Yeah, I think credit goes to the boys to make it second time in a row over here. But I think a couple of key points to take away from here. Our bowling's been strength throughout the year, but the idea was to win the toss and restrict them to the lowest total so we can go ahead and chase it. But I would say, we didn't execute our plans well, and these guys had a good partnership. They maximized it. Also, I think we missed one of our key bowlers today, Sachin. He's been key for us throughout the season in power play, where we pick wickets and contain runs. So quite a few things that didn't go our way, and we are a team that known to be bouncing back in every situation, and there's a lot to learn from this game. We're definitely gonna work on those things and come back stronger next year.
Perfect. Thank you, Jesse. Up next, I would like to invite Aaron Jones, not only the captain of Atlanta Fire, but also the player of the match. Aaron, I gotta say, absolute incredible performance by you and your team. One for the history books, no doubt. What does it mean to you to be able to lead your team to a victory, especially after missing time because you're with Team USA?
Definitely credit to the boys as it relates to me missing some games and stuff, me and Steven and 1 or 2 other players. But we definitely have a good team. We have a good squad. We've been working hard over the last couple of weeks, and I'm really glad with the result today.
I love that. So what are you guys going to take from this win in order to pull out a victory in the final match tomorrow?
I just think it's a case where we planned for the team and we executed the plans beautifully, and I think we'll do the same tomorrow.
Thank you, Aaron. Now I need TJ Cawley, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, to come up and present the owner of Atlanta Fire the winning trophy.
Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Well done.
Woo! Yes! Atlanta! Yeah, boy! Yes! Let's go! Let's go, baby!
Incredible energy down here. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, that is what it means to the Atlanta Fire. They've worked hard all season. Raheem Cornwall has come, made a big impact. He's gone to the CPL. And Aaron Jones and Steven Taylor, with all of their international experience, have put this team in the final. They're 1 game away. The Fire, as well as the Seattle Thunderbolts, will have new winners in this minor league. And it's all going down tomorrow right here from Church Street Park. I can barely talk because we've had such an exciting day of action, such a gripping day of energy and cricket. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. You don't want to miss it, whether you're at home or you're at the ground. We look forward to seeing you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a real pleasure to bring you this action today. We've got 1 more day of this historic tournament, and it's going to be epic. We look forward to seeing you then. It's bye for now.
It's batted incredibly. Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.